first?
It's facile.
Ah, facile.
Yes.
Did you receive my
Yes,
presentation?
yes, it is on the
Okay.
computer. It is ready. You want to check? If
Yes,
it
please,
doesn't work?
because I sent a
this
PDF because
Yes.
and um, and then just no, that is
Yeah.
okay
It
with
is-
the
it's working.
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Seems to be
Yeah,
correct.
so I just know I have to know that I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
can use this one, but yeah. Thanks.
Testing. Okay, good morning, everybody. Wonderful to see you again. Sadly, for this, our last day, our last sessions of this wonderful, wonderful conference that we've all been enjoying. We have three great papers. I'm very excited about them this morning. So the first one is going to be by Professor Vasile Babuta, who is a professor in Rome, researches and teaches at the Gregorianum with the Jesuits, and also the Angelicum with the Dominicans, so he's very ecumenical in his teaching. He's published in a lot of areas, but he is especially known for his work on the Hasmonean High Priesthood and other parabiblical literature, including the Dead Sea Scrolls, so he's published on all of these topics. And so he's very well positioned to talk about the high priesthood here with us today. He also heads a major translation project of the Bible into Ukrainian. So this is an exciting thing that he's heading up right now. Very worthwhile. So he's going to speak to us about the emergence of the Levitical high priesthood in the light of the Aramaic Levi document and other sources. So welcome, Vasile.
Where do you change?
I just hit this, so hitting the space bar should...
Okay, so... Hi, good morning everyone, and welcome and thank you for your very energetic introduction. And yes, I have nothing written, so I will just go through my slides, and I hope not to steal any time and maybe offer more time to my colleagues, hopefully. Okay, so no, it doesn't go. Maybe here. Enter, maybe.
Is that?
Oh, this one. This one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay, so this is the structure of my presentation, and I will just go point by point and highlight some ideas. Okay. And then we'll propose what I call a working hypothesis, because I still need to dig a bit, but I think I'm quite near. So this is a schematic view of some of the problems that emerged with the exile. So as we know from our sources, many priests were killed, many others were deported, others escaped to areas around Judea, including Egypt, and we have the well-known elephantine phenomenon. And some others remained in the Erez. But all this, so to say, caused a serious damage to the inner structure of the priesthood as an institution that had been built over centuries during the First Temple period. So everything was shaken. And moreover, the Davidic kingship, which came to its historical end, also had its implication of the model of governmental model of the priesthood in the Second Temple period, because we no more have this cultic head that would descend from this Davidic dynasty. So what happens after the exile? There is an urgent need for a new priestly identity, for an urgent need for a new construction of the priestly identity. Some of the problems that were faced by priests as they tried to recompose, to rebuild their identity, this structure in a structure, were of course related to genealogy, to exogamous marriages, to idolatry, dissatisfaction with the temple establishment, and other problems. And as we read through the Aramaic Levi document, we see that these problems re-emerge here and there, and actually they are kind of like a rehearsal of these problems that probably never went away, never gone away, and we see them even later in the sectarian discourse. Now, I simplify here for the sake of clarity, but I don't think things work so simple. So as I see it, what happens after the exile, there emerge two, so to say, what I call models, governmental models in the new reality. The new reality, of course, is having a foreign, so to say, king who is ultimately responsible for the building of the temple, just like Solomon. So he's, of course, dictating his rules. So on the one hand, that is what actually persisted during the entire period of the Second Temple, that the ideology of the Davidic ruler as supreme cultic head, even though historically the dynasty came to its end, but this ideology never went away. And we still have it, even as I said before, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in the sectarian Dead Sea Scrolls. And on the one hand, so we have this model, utopian model in Ezekiel 40:48, this temple vision, where we see these priests called sons of Zadok. Now, scholars debate, experts in Ezekiel debate, and most, I think, agree that these are later additions, these sons of Bnei Zadok in Ezekiel itself, etc. But for our purpose, this is secondary. The fact is that we have this model that there are priests and there is this Nasi, of whom we heard also yesterday. And so we have this presence of a national leader and the priest on the other hand. This same model re-emerges in several sectarian Dead Sea Scrolls that I cite here. And also this similar model that the priests, sons of Zadok, and an ethnic leader, also we find this model in this sectarian Dead Sea Scrolls in one way or another. I published a few years ago on this in Review de Qumran, so there I think I provided some arguments in favor of this model. Now, the other model, which became ultimately the so-called official model that we find in the Torah, in particular in the priestly Torah, we have Aaron as the, so to say, most important ethnic leader, but he is a priest or a high priest. And we see also in later sources his prominent position that we find both in biblical and non-biblical sources. And ultimately, we see this list of priests, of priestly courses in the 1 Chronicles 24, and that's 24 priestly courses, that we also find it in some Qumran scrolls. That, according to many majority scholarly view, was the result of some sort of accommodation, compromise that we see was not that easy because studies of this so-called priestly list in Ezra, Nehemiah, etc., they show how this list is growing and growing till it becomes, so to say, much larger, and then it stops in, according to this at least version. But whereas in Torah we have no national, so to say, political leader, scholars agree that implicitly they accepted Persian rule and later, of course, Hellenistic rule. And it was also a fact of convenience for the high priest and for the priests in general, because they, of course, had more, so to say, power and could negotiate other so to say, offices and roles in the society. So we also see that the figure of the high priest gradually negotiates these powers and in some way arrogates to himself these civil powers that once belonged to the Davidic king, but now they belong to foreign powers. So the question is, where do we locate where do we place the Levites in these models? So certain biblical texts foresee a bright future for Levi and his sons, and I bring some examples here. There are more, and this is it's a contrasting view, because if we look at the priestly Torah, so they are no more, so to say, priests there. The Bnei Harun are priests, Levites are, so to say, their assistants in some way. And so there is this contrast within the Torah itself as far as the role of the Levites is concerned. And that's one of my hypotheses, that probably many Levites were not happy with this change, with this transformation. And others were not accepted and considered that Levites at the beginning of the Second Temple period probably referred just to priests in general, without that, so to say, specificity of being Bnei Harun, which I think is a bit later, so to say, addition into the Torah. And putting this into the light of these priestly lists in Ezra and Nehemiah and in Chronicles, there is some elements to support our view that not few priests were left, so to say, beyond the board. And whether they consider themselves Levites or in some other way, that's another discussion. But as I read the Aramaic Levi document, it may be a reaction to this establishing new order in the late Persian, early Hellenistic period. And then the question is, how did they build their, so to say, identity, this Levi priesthood in early Hellenistic period? So I selected a few, so to say, strategies. One is temporal aspect, as everything is transposed into the patriarchal period. We've discussed this already several times. Levi is consecrated before any known priestly prototype, Zadok, Eli, Phinehas, Aaron, and only the more mysterious Melchizedek and Enoch can boast of antedating Levi. Another aspect is of priestly knowledge, and we've discussed about this again yesterday and before yesterday, so I think there is no need to repeat. Spatial geographical aspect, we also touched on this, but maybe we didn't point out yet that whereas Aaron is, so to say, the consecration of Aaron is placed in the Mount Sinai, so to say, pericope, Levi is consecrated in the Holy Land, and we talked about Bethel, and there is, of course, much to say about Bethel, and I think I will just move on. The aspect of the consecrator, so Aaron is consecrated by Moses, Levi is consecrated by Jacob, and implicitly, so to say, ultimately that opens the discussion about the nature of the Levitical priesthood that is, so to say, in a way superior to that of Aaron. And one thing is that neither Aaron nor Moses are mentioned, at least in the preserved material of the Aramaic Levi document. the nature of the priesthood. Here, in a way, the priesthood of Levi, it doesn't touch only on, so to say, doesn't have regional boundaries, but is meant to be for all Israel. And we've discussed already something about Bethel, Shechem, Hebron, that these toponyms cover a certain geographical area as well. And perhaps this has to do with, as I will say later, with the united, so to say, Israel. Yes, there is much of a flavor about these heavenly origins, or Levi that is connected somehow with this heavenly, so to say, reality. So that, again, is a way to demonstrate the superiority in a way somehow of the high priesthood of Levi as compared to Aaron. One more thing that maybe was not touched here yet is this bathing action every time before they enter the temple service, which is, I'm not a halakha expert, but to my knowledge is unique at least in the Second Temple literature, because usually we have that twice on two occasions during the consecration to the priesthood and during the Yom Kippur service. But here the prescription is that they should do it every time they enter the temple service, which again wants to emphasize the purity, absolute purity of the priesthood of Levi. Now some, so to say, cautious elements that I would like to deepen that refer to the identity of the Levites. Yes, on the one hand, it would seem that it's strange to see, so to say, traditional priests seeking a sort of legitimation to priesthood. But the point here is that they do not merely see a legitimation or get, so to say, equal to the Bnei Aharon. They are actually promoting themselves as the true holders of the high priesthood. So they want to go, so to say, not to the level of Aaron, this figure of Aaron, and even beyond. We've discussed about many connections, linguistic and conceptual, with Babylonian society. Yes, here Levi becomes Aramaic versus Hebraic Aaron. That's another contrast that we find with the priestly Torah. So one of my points is that we should not simply look at the Aramaic Levi document as a fictional or some sort of writing for fun, but should look at it seriously by studying its strategies, etc., and look at it against the Second Temple high priesthood and see how they work together. I think that ALD poses at least an ideological challenge to the office of Aaron by claiming not only primacy, but also superiority. So it goes both ways. So my working hypothesis is that given its linguistic, semantic, and contextual features, the ALD can perhaps be better read as having in the background the high priesthood of the Hellenistic period. Now the high priesthood on Mount Gerizim should perhaps not be discarded as at least part of this target. If I remember well, Milik proposed a possible Samaritan background for ALD, but I should check that again. So I think, however, that the primary target of the ALD is the Oniad high priesthood, this high priest that ran the Jerusalem temple from the late 4th to the early 2nd century BCE. The selection of Shechem, Bethel, Hebron appears to allude to this, as I anticipated, united Israel. And so the ALD would promote the Levitical high priesthood over all Israel. So that in a way would imply also non-Gerizim priesthood, high priesthood, which also, of course, used the same Torah. So there are some problems with it. Did you say 5 more minutes?
5 minutes, yeah.
I need 1, maybe
Perfect.
2 person. There are some problems with this, of course, because that would mean that we have for the first time the mention of both high priestly and royal title together as referring to the same figure. And that would be quite unique because not even in Babylonian society we find something like that. And when it comes to Judean sources, we see it only later around the Hasmonean period. I'm not saying this is not impossible, it's possible, but if that could be proven, that would be the first such mention and, so to say, attempt to raise the, so to say, the title or to put the title of the high priest together with that of the king and claim both offices in one person. At the same time, there are some implications, for example, that meant to somehow arrogate the power of the Davidic figure and as well as, so to say, refute the foreign royal power. So some solutions are possible. So I think there are 2 ways. One way is to accept that ALD is indeed the first such source to mention these 2 titles in one person, as referring to the same figure. The other solution is if we don't accept that, then the other way is to go and study deeper ALD, also on a redactional level, so see if we can detect any glosses or additions. In fact, for example, in ALD 67, a few scholars, among whom Henrik Dravnel, also identified at least a gloss there, precisely where mention is of the kingship. So my point is that it may be, in the second alternative, that this kingship, so to say, references could be a later, so to say, addition into the document, but that's not something I am defending now, but as a working hypothesis. Some methodological implications. I think that the study of the ALD is very important for the study of the history of the Second Temple high priesthood. Unfortunately, heretofore, it has been literally ignored. So it was not taken into account as a, so to say, source for this study. So, then another methodological implication, I think, is to see how this source was used or reused by sectarian Dead Sea Scrolls next to the book of Ezekiel, which exerted a lot of influence on many sectarian compositions. And then again, no matter how we look into which direction, it is important to always keep an eye on the temple affairs in Jerusalem and see how that reality on the field may have influenced the history of the composition, redaction, transmission of this text. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Vasily. We have some time for questions, so we can maybe take 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Vasily, for this survey. I will limit myself only to one question. I have many. In the Aramaic Levi document tells, among other things, about the birth of Levi's sons, Gershon, Kehat, and Merari. And for each son, he gives a different qualification, a different descriptions. For instance, for Kehat, if I'm not mistaken, he said that to him shall be the gathering of all the people,
Yeah,
and a higher position that his shall not be. So there is a distinction between the three sons of Levi. How did this fit with the idea that, according to ALD, all Levites are priests or high priests? And in addition, how does this affect the idea that Aramaic Levi challenges Aaron's priesthood, Aaron being a descendant of Levi eventually?
Yes, I think that was also pointed out by Henrik in his book already. There are some inner contrasts between the document itself. So I think that is another reason why we should dig deeper and see whether, to what extent it's a literary unity, even though it's very fragmentary. But I think that there are some, well, that's my impression, that there are some reworkings into the document, especially when we have this latest, this ALD 9601, I think, this prophecy for Kahat, the last one, yes, that we find only in Qumran fragments. Its tone is so, in some respects, different from what we find in the previous sections. You know.
Thank you.
Just the background behind that is, you know, not always the same, plainly the same, yeah, and that needs to be further, you know, evaluated.
Maybe I'll jump in and ask a question, or just one small comment. I also think we need to bring the visions of Amram in to speak about it, because it's important. And you know, we get Moses. I think they're viewed very positively. If he is called Malachi, which it seems like Puesh and Bobby Duke and others have seen there. So I wonder if putting that also into discussion with some of these issues would be helpful. One other thing. I was interested in your juxtaposition of Levi as Aramaic and Aaron as Hebraic, and I wondered if you could unpack that a little bit. You know, what you think about the language, the fact of the Aramaic language being used here, and just what you were thinking of in terms of that contrast with Aaron being Hebraic and Levi.
We've discussed a bit this issue of languages in relation to Jubilees, right? So I think that the attempt is to antedate everything as much as possible to transpose before Egypt experience, or Sinai experience. So Abraham is coming from Ur, Chaldea, and all these connections. I think that we have Genesis 12:1-3. Yes, this Abraham coming from Ur, Chaldea. So, yeah, they have worked well, even though maybe they could do better. You know, and sometimes I ask myself, why didn't they use this or that? That would have worked even better in some cases. But they did well in many cases to somehow mask, yes, put this incense, and to portray Levi as antedating everyone, and construct him as a par excellence high priest. And even the question of putting him, of having all this happening before monarchy of David, that in a way legitimizes him. Okay, I talked about the arrogation of power, but in a way, if you transpose everything well before that, so you are not stealing anything from anyone. So, because at that time there was no David. So, that again works. Yeah, but these are things that I think need further reflection. And thank you.
Maybe time for one more question, if anybody has one. Otherwise, we can move on to the next paper. Okay, thank you again. Okay, our next paper will be by Miriam Bokhorst. She is coming to us as a researcher from the Martin Luther Universität in Halle-Wittenberg. She studied in Göttingen and Groningen, where she very impressively got a double PhD, a joint doctorate from those two illustrious institutions. And she's published a book and other things on First Enoch. She's an expert on the book of First Enoch, and so brings an expertise that's really going to be relevant to our discussion here. So she's going to talk to us about the negative dimensions of priesthood in the Aramaic Dead Sea Scrolls. So welcome.
Yeah, thank you for this kind introduction, and especially Henrik for organizing this great conference and for all the great papers. I learned a lot, and I hope just to raise some little aspects. Some things in life are bad. They can really make you mad. Other things just make you swear and curse. When you're chewing on life's gristle, don't grumble with the whistle. And this will help things turn out for the best. And always look on the bright side of life. Some of you probably know the words of the song that appears at the end of Monty Python's Life of Brian. At the end of this movie, when Brian and a lot of others are crucified, a character on a nearby cross attempts to cheer him up by singing, "Always look on the bright side of life." All in all, it's an ironic song of encouragement, touching on stoic thoughts. It recommends being resolute and unemotional in the face of any adversity. The advice is to simply enjoy life and to forget your sins. One might think that Levi, as ideal as he's portrayed in ALD, would not need such a song of encouragement. Characterized as sapiential and royal figure, instructing, teaching, and participating in divine wisdom, he appears as the ideal priest to whom divine promise applies. Accordingly, there should be no challenges and no adversity in his life. However, reading ALD soon shows that this is not really the case. Levi feels threatened by sin, evil, and demons, and sees his descendants in danger of leaving the path of truth, even though at the same time his character is immensely idealized, an aspect that should actually give him self-confidence. Instead of enjoying life and ignoring sin, he asks God to protect him and his descendants. However, what is really so frightening for Levi, and what are the actual dangers to his priesthood? In the following, I would like to take a closer look on only one passage, namely Levi's prayer, and to discuss some of the negative dimensions of priesthood in this passage. In doing so, I would like to show two things. On the one hand, the internal and external threats mentioned in Levi's prayer finally underline his unique role and idealization, but also raise the questions about the time and intention behind such a re-evaluation of Levi's character. And there I will just follow Vasil in his points. On the other hand, the dangers emanating from demons and spirits are concentrated in ALD, especially on the Levitical lineage. As a result, the Levitical lineage appears as the chosen lineage, taking the role within Israel that Israel has among the nations. Levi's prayer is attested fragmentarily in Aramaic in 4Q 213a. The material overlaps with a Greek translation that was inserted after Testament of Levi 2:3 in the Mount Athos manuscript. This is also the place where Milik puts it in his edition, whereas Ravenel has Levi's prayer at the very beginning. In the edition by Greenfield, Stone, and Ashel, it is placed after the Shechem incident and the wars of the sons of Jacob. The location within the composition, of course, has consequences for the understanding of individual parts of the prayer. The prayer is preceded by a detailed purification ritual. This ritual can be considered a necessary precondition for an appropriate, meaningful, and sincere prayer, as it purifies the praying person morally and emphasizes the seriousness of his requests. As Henrik Ravenel has shown, Levi's orientation towards heaven, his spreading out of his hands, and his confession that God knows all hearts recalls Solomon's temple prayer in 1 Kings 8. Thus, in his prayer, Levi takes up exactly the pious position of the king, or of the king's advice to his people. The analogy in the prayer position could indicate a parallelization of the two figures. Just as Solomon is the wisest king of Israel, Levi is the wisest priest in Israel. In tradition, historical, or perhaps even literary historical regard, Levi's prayer may have been formulated in light of Solomon's prayer. From the perspective of Israel's history created by LD, however, Levi now appears as the role model for Solomon. Solomon learned to pray by following Levi's example. Thus, Levi appears greater than the Davidic king, since Solomon's way of praying seems to be inspired by the patriarch. The opening of the prayer, in which Levi states that God knows all hearts, is followed by a long list of requests. These requests are both positive, God may give Levi something good or do something good for him, and negative, God may protect Levi from something evil or remove something bad. Therefore, they illustrate two sides of the same coin. On the one hand, aspects or qualities that are not compatible with the priestly vocation, and on the other hand, aspects or qualities that characterize the nature of the priest in an ideal way. For example, the internal qualities of the Holy Spirit, counsel, wisdom, knowledge, and strength would be ideal. These qualities, as Greenfield, Stone, and Eschel have pointed out, probably go back to the prophecies about the future Davidic king in Isaiah 11. In comparison with the prophet's words, it's noticeable that only 4 of the 7 promised qualities have been adopted, above with the addition of the Holy Spirit, and that in all 4 cases the word Ruach, Spirit, has been dropped. One reason for this could be that the messianic qualities seem stronger in this way and make Levi appear as the priestly anointed one. However, as with the allusions to Solomon in his temple prayer, it is possible to see the exact opposite from the perspective of Israel's history, namely that the promised Davidite will have very similar qualities as Levi now asks. Another reason could be that this request for positive qualities is preceded by a request for the removal of negative qualities that lead to sin. So Levi prays, "Make far from me, O Lord, the unrighteous spirit and evil thought, and fornication turn away from me." So at least the shorter version in Aramaic. These negative characteristics must be removed before the Holy Spirit, counsel, wisdom, knowledge, and strength can be granted. This results in a direct opposition of 2 spirits and further internal qualities. While the unrighteous spirit must make room for the Holy Spirit, 2 negative qualities are contrasted with 4 positive counterparts, thus twice as many. In connection with these negative qualities that lead to sin, it is often referred to the treatise of the 2 spirits or the 3 nets of Belial in the Damascus document. In 1 QS4, it is stated that the spirit of truth and the spirit of unrighteousness are opposed to each other and fight with each other in a human heart. In contrast, the Damascus document mentions fornication, wealth, and defilement of the sanctuary as the things with which Belial tries to catch Israel. While both passages certainly contribute to a better understanding of Levi's prayer, they are significantly younger and may have even had knowledge of ALD. It therefore seems worthwhile to look at other compositions that may have influenced the ideas of these negative dimensions in Levi's prayer. In the following, I would therefore like to compare Levi's prayer, Levi's request, on the one hand with traditions from 2 roughly contemporaneous works, the Book of the Watches and Jubilees, and on the other hand draw on ancient Near Eastern conceptions. My aim is here not to identify literary dependencies, but rather to shed light on the horizon of ideas and traditions in which ALD could have been written. So, what is the distinguishing feature of evil in the Book of the Watches? As in ancient Judaism in general, there is no abstract concept of evil. Rather, evil is presented in numerous dimensions and with different terminology. Thus, there is sin, impiety, wickedness, lawbreaking, and fornication, evil ways and evil deeds, but also destruction, injustice, and lamentation. Even before the Watchers have done anything Shemi Chazah, their leader, knows that they will be guilty of a great sin in what they plan to do. Their sin consists in the longing for the daughters of men and the desire to beget children with them. Their children, in turn, are mighty giants who sin against every creature. The theological evaluation follows in a detailed dialogue between the archangels and God in 1 Enoch 9-10, after the earth had cried out and lamented to heaven. By sleeping with women, the watchers defiled themselves and sinned. Accordingly, their offsprings are bastards and children of fornication. As illegitimate sexual activity, they violated the established order before God and human, resulting in individual punishment. However, there will also be judgment on their children, the giants, for wronging humankind and bringing violence and evil works up on earth. Regarding the horizon of Levi's prayer, it is remarkable that in this theological evaluation, injustice, evil, and fornication are used as keywords, precisely those qualities from which Levi wants to be freed. In this light, Levi sees himself in danger that the misbehavior of the watchers can also be applied to humans, thus leading him to sin. The negative qualities mentioned in Levi's prayer appear downright demonized in this way. Up to now, there are many who do or are in danger to do evil, namely watchers, giants, humans, but nobody is actually characterized as evil or unrighteous with regard to his nature, besides the unrighteous spirit in Levi's prayer. For this, we find an analogy in 1 Enoch 12-16. Here, the watchers are criticized for leaving the high and holy heavens and acting as humans act in order to procreate. By doing so, they transgress the spatial boundaries God had with his creation. Furthermore, God's speech in 1 Enoch 15 mentions a new long-term consequence of the watchers' transgressions, which adds present-day relevance to the original timeless myth. From the giants emerge after the death evil spirits who from now on do unrighteousness on earth. Since their origin is half angelic, they are immortal. Since their origin is half human, their violent actions are directed in particular against humankind, who must share their living space with evil spirits from now on. The evil spirits in the Book of the Watchers can be considered analogous to the demons known from sources like Inanna's Descent to the Netherworld or the Utuku Limnutu series. They are beings without identity and identifying who are ultimately not subject to any order. That they do not belong to a well-ordered creation becomes clear, for example, in comparison to Atrahasis. There, after the flood, Lamashtu is commissioned by the god Enki to prevent an overpopulation of humankind as a demoness who causes disease and death. Lamashtu's actions are thus explicitly authorized by the divine. This is not the case with the evil spirits in the Book of the Watchers. Consequently, the authors of Jubilees, who adopted the story, gave the spirits a divinely authorized function. Accordingly to Jubilees 10 and 11, the demons lead to the development of the nations and thus to the separation of the chosen lineage of Israel, a core idea of Jubilees. Jubilees 10, 1-14 can be considered the creation theological pivot of Jubilees. After the flood and restoration of earth, impure demons began to lead the sons of Noah astray, into sin and to destroy them. For this reason, Noah prays to God and reminds him of the creation blessing, now endangered by the evil spirits. The origin of the demons is explained only indirectly. Noah, in his prayer, points to the watchers as the fathers of these spirits and describes their present danger by analogy with the one the watchers had caused before the flood. In Jubilees, one does not learn more about the origin. In Noah's opinion, these spirits are now those created for evil and for straying from God. In Jubilees, the existence of evil spirits is no longer a cosmic accident, but a part of the divine order of creation fulfilling a certain function. The leader of the spirits, Prince Mastema, justifies the necessity of the existence by the fact that evil of humankind is great. Thus, a tension seems to emerge. On the one hand, the demons are described as the source of evil. On the other hand, evil originates from humans. Ultimately, however, both results in apostasy from God. Just as evil spirits lead people away from God, the wickedness of humankind denotes a violation of the divine order. Moreover, it becomes clear that the mere fact that Noah and his descendants are chosen does not protect them from sin, and that even the righteous are deeply vulnerable. Only God can prevent the evil spirits from leading Noah's sons further astray. The background of 1 Enoch 15 and Jubilees 10 illustrate that the unrighteous spirit represents a serious danger for Levi, which calls his righteousness into question, tempts him to sin by negatively influencing his thoughts and deeds, and which can only be removed by God himself. Thus, the boundaries between external entity and internal quality become blurred in their unrighteous spirit. While the evil spirits in the Book of the Watchers still committed their wickedness against all people, in Jubilees they are part of the creation order to implement the election of Israel from among the nations. In ALD, however, the unrighteous spirit now profiles Levi's unique status. With Jubilees 10 in mind and the reference to Abraham and the righteous seed in the further course of the prayer, Levi appears as the direct descendant of Noah and Abraham, and thus as the true bearer of the divine promise. This exceptional position of Levi is emphasized in the other requests of the prayer. I would like to briefly discuss two more of them. The request that God may give Levi the Holy Spirit is followed by the request that God may not let any Satan rule over him. As has already been shown several times in research, this request is presumably based on Psalm 119 and is closely related to the prayer of deliverance. As Milik writes in his edition of the Testament of Levi, any Satan is a stock phrase that also appears 4 times in Jubilees. The word call indicates that Satan is not a concrete figure, but an abstract entity that describes any kind of hostility. In Jubilees, this phrase denotes an absence of all adversity and evil, which is accompanied by a time of salvation for Israel during Joseph's reign and in the last days. The idea is most likely based on 1 Kings 5, where it is said that God has given Solomon peace all around him, and that there's no Satan and no evil. Even if spoken in the words of the Psalms, the historical parallels show that Levi asks for a Satan-free time in which he's not challenged either from within or from without. This is synonymous with a time of salvation and honor guaranteed by God, which places Levi on the same level as Solomon and Joseph. In the second passage, Levi asks to participate in God's word in order to be able to exercise true judgment. First, this request puts the Shechem incident in a new light. Levi's actions appear now to be legitimate and God-ordained. Secondly, a theologically even more explosive statement is made about Levi, and for this it is again worth taking a look at the Book of the Watchers and ancient Near Eastern traditions. In 1 Enoch 22, Enoch learns about the various places for the spirits of the dead during his visit to the realm of the dead. He responds to the detailed explanations by the angel Raphael with a praise to God, in which he calls God, according to the attested Aramaic version, righteous judge. This designation for God is attested elsewhere only in Hebrew, in 11Q5 and in Mishnah Berachot, but finds numerous ancient Near Eastern parallels. The sun god Shamash, for example, known primarily as the deity of justice and jurisdiction, is sometimes referred to as judge of law or judge of constant judgments. The Akkadian word kittu rendered here as the law actually means that which is firm, enduring. That means that which is right or true. And thus corresponds to the Aramaic term kshut. In the relief scene, and in the prologue of Codex Hammurabi, however, this power of judgment is now transferred from Shamash to a human being. In the relief scene, King Hammurabi receives the symbols staff and ring from the sun god. This symbolizes the transfer of divine authority and judicial responsibility to the human king. Hammurabi is thus commissioned by the gods to practice and guarantee justice like the sun god. This idea is also taken up in the prologue, where it is said that Hammurabi was commissioned to establish justice in the land. The term misharu is a classical synonym for the word kitum, just mentioned. Against the background of 1 Enoch 22 and the transfer of authority from Shamash to Hammurabi in the Codex Hammurabi, Levi's request for the share in the divine legal authority appears in new light. Not only is God, as 1 Enoch 22 emphasizes, just and guarantees a just judgment, but also now Levi. This makes Levi, like Hammurabi, the earthly representative of the deity of justice, and he's divinely commissioned to ensure justice. The fact that God grants him this request is made clear in ALD 15, according to which Isaac instructs him not only in the law of priesthood, but also in the law of truth. All in all, the tradition in religion historical parallels illustrate that Levi is strongly idealized in his prayer. He appears as the direct bearer of the promise, as chosen tribe within chosen Israel, and as the divine legal representative on earth. The parallels with Solomon's temple prayer and the messianic promise in Isaiah 11, on the other hand, make him appear as role model and inspiration for the Davidic kings. But why does this striking idealization came about? Against the background of Jacob's blessing in Genesis 49, he must be enormously upgraded. There, Judah and especially Joseph are the two great chosen ones, while Levi comes off very badly because of the Shechem incident and is portrayed as perpetrator of violence. Within biblical traditions, the tribe of Levi is indeed reevaluated in various ways, but even in Chronicles, Levi does not come close to Judah. From both tribes, the Davidic emerge. This enormous idealization, and especially the idea of kingship of priesthood, is for James Kugel the reason to redate ALD. For Kugel, it seems unlikely that such things could have been written about Levi before the rise of the Hasmonean dynasty. However, as Vannekamp argued, the Hasmoneans only assumed the title of king much later, and had previously seen themselves as civic rulers. Nevertheless, an ideological conception of a writer and his interpretation of the world does not always have to reflect his own historical circumstances. Moreover, ALD offers no clear allusions or references to historical events and persons, making it even more difficult to situate it historically. As terminus a quo, Henrik Drafnel proposed the missions of Ezra and Nehemiah and gave various reasons for this. For example, Ezra came from Babylonia and could therefore have brought with him astronomical knowledge that is reflected in ALD. Furthermore, Ezra is called priest, scribe of the law of God, of heaven. This reflects scribal education. He also introduced the marriage reform, had an important position in Jewish community in Jerusalem, and his genealogical roots go back to Aaron. In my opinion, however, something else plays an important role in understanding ALD, the silence about the Davidites in Persian Hellenistic times. The tradition shows that after Zerubbabel and Joshua, a Davidic and a priestly leader, the situation changed remarkably. Although the descendants of Zerubbabel are mentioned in 1 Chronicles 3 and Ezra 6, the Davidites obviously appear to be politically and socially irrelevant for the further course of the post-exilic period. Ezra 6, for example, illustrates that the priests and Levites are still present and playing a very important role in the dedication of the temple, while the Davidites are only participants and do not really play an important role here. By strengthening the origins of the priests and Levites within compositions like ALD, an alternative identity is formed, so to speak. No longer via David, whose descendants have disappeared from the scene in the eyes of the authors, but via the priests and Levites who still exist. In this way, the continuity to the Pentateuch, where David does not yet appear, is emphasized, and Exodus 19 is reinterpreted. The result is an alternative myth of Israel's origins. These considerations could explain the question of why this alternative identity formation of Israel could have come about, but not when it came about. In conclusion, it can be stated that Levi's prayer shows in a special way the efforts to connect priestly, royal, and judicial authority with the figure of the patriarch Levi, and to make him the origin and role model for later authorities. The comparison with the traditions from the Book of the Watchers and Jubilees, as well as ancient Near Eastern sources, shed light on his unique role and made him appear as the true bearer of divine promise. Hence, the Levitical lineage appears as the chosen lineage within the people of Israel, and Levi as the founder of a new origin myth. And if you want to sing him a song of encouragement in times of adversity, it should perhaps go something like this. Some things in life are bad and they can really make you mad. Other things just make you ask and wonder. When life is sending you a demon, don't grumble, make a prayer, and God will have things turn out for the best. And always look on the bright side of priestly life.
Thank you very much, Miriam, and for teaching us a new song, which we can maybe sing later together. Okay, so I think we have maybe 5 minutes or so. We could have questions. Judah?
Thank you, Miriam. It's always a pleasure to hear your papers. I have a question in regard to the spirits and the function of the spirits in. So let's say it's chapter 3. I just have the Greenfields edition before my eyes, and I'm not entirely convinced that the spirits here are actually the reference to the beings, rather than an expression of emotion or more an abstract concept. Of course, we are dealing with the Jewish literature, and they are, interrelated, all the concept, like two spirits treated. Are they real spirits, or rather than abstract concept used for the designation of something? Since here is or verse 5 and the juxtaposition between the unrighteous spirits connected with evil and fornication. On the other hand, we have Holy Spirit or Spirit of Holiness, which is connected with the sapiential categories, so like inherent, the intellectual abilities. And I'm just reminded of Matthew 15, which has a similar list of or not of the spirits, but of the fornication and all like this, probably as a reference to the 10 commandments or like this. So therefore, when we're dealing with the Greek text, I would be always cautious of not to overemphasize the importance of the Greek text, because it could be a Christian elaboration. Then the second thing, but yeah, of course, we have 3:9 where we have Satan, but again, Satan, should it be interpreted as a evil being, or rather as a human human being? Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure here.
Yeah, thank you for asking. And my point is here not that I want to say that this is really an evil spirit like in the Book of the Watchers or in Jubilees, but this could be a traditional historical background, and the internal qualities become demonized. And Levi, if he is going to sin, is just like the evil spirits or even like the Watchers. So even in the Enochic traditions, you have similar lines where you have in the Book of the Watchers myth, and in the epistle, the rich who are also going to sin, and they do like the same things like the Watchers, and they are acting like Watchers, and their doings becomes demonized. And this is my point here, that against the traditional historical backgrounds, the border becomes blurred, or it's not really clear what it is. But if Levi sins, he is like a watcher or an evil one, and there's no clear distinction. So So
yeah, thank you. Just a small remark also, we have a Satan, again, an example from New Testament where Peter is called Satan, as a human being, as a...
And therefore I refer to 1 Kings 5, because there it's not an evil being in a heaven, but rather some human being perhaps, or just in adversity. Solomon appears so that he cannot live in peace. And here it's the same. It's just a quality that Levi could experience in his everyday life, but it must not be a real demon, but just something that he's experiencing as a demon. Or just as we say, oh, you are an angel for me. So I don't want to say the opposite. So
thank you. Thank you.
Henrik has a question, but just to add one thought to the end of that, you do get Ruach Bish'ah also in Genesis Apocryphon and in Tobit, both referring to actual demons. Asmodeus and the demon who plagues the Pharaoh are both used the exact same term. So I think throwing that into the mix maybe as well is important. Okay.
You just brought to our attention this conjunction of different priestly and royal function in the person of Levi, no? What would be the social context for this conjunction? It would be, because that impinges on the interpretation of the text, no? Whether it's connected with high priests in Jerusalem, in Israel, or whether it should be connected with this special group of priests who are under supervision of another high priest or another group of priests who want to build up a very positive image of Levi, and then to demonstrate that he doesn't only function as a royal priest, but also he's a simple teacher. He's a simple student who becomes a teacher then afterwards. No? So I think the proper context for this type of idealization would be a context of school where you have, great ideas about somebody from the past that has to become a model role priest for those who try to become priests according to the image that was depicted about Levi in this document. No? So, because we don't know exactly the context, social context of the composition, it's very difficult to pinpoint exactly the social group, but it must be, Levitical group, Levitical priestly group.
So what Vasil said earlier, I think it's true that there's at least assumable that there's a Levitical group that feel perhaps just not in the position they want to be, or something like this. So it's always difficult for me to say things about the social situation, because we only have the text. We do not know how this text was read by the school or was intended. So I just tried to think about it and to look on the ideas. And it seems to me to be a group that wants to be more than it was. But I'm not sure when it exactly was. I was just starting with ALD. It's my first time, so.
One more. Vera, did you have a question? Or? Yeah. Ida. Okay, Ida. I saw Vera's hand earlier.
Thank you very much. I just want to go back a little bit to these demons and their concept. I think that there was a theoretical reworking in the book of Jubilees concerning their figure. From one side, they originate from the Watchers, but after it is changed. And after the following the flood, they appear killing the grandchildren of Noah. This is the one side. They are a type of lamash to demon. And on the other hand, there is an addition that and leading to the ethical role of the demons. And in the following, they have rather this role. But there is also a figure added, Mastema, the leader of the demon, conceived as a real evil spirit. At the same time, it has an ethical role. Yeah. And in the following, one is not easy to make a distinction. So how Satan or Satanic Aramaic magic balls are full with to avert Satanin. Yeah. It is not known in which sense. They are rather intended to healing practice, so they must be physical evil. Yeah. But there is no clear distinction, and with the time, so as time goes, and in a later text, it becomes ethical.
Okay, I know that we've got other questions, but we'd better stop now, I think, because we need the coffee break later. Can we? We'll save our questions and we'll bring them up later if we have some time. So we better move on to our next paper. Sorry about that. Okay, thank you very much, Miriam. And now we have Rob Jones, who was recently appointed as the Assistant Director of Jewish Studies at Penn State University, where he had finished a postdoc recently. He specializes in the literature, languages, and history of early Judaism, and especially in the priesthood. He recently published a book on priesthood, cult, and temple in the Aramaic scrolls from Qumran. And we welcome him here to speak to us about comparing two discourses in the Aramaic Levi document. So welcome, Rob.
Thank you. Well, I feel much gratitude to have been invited to participate in such an incredible conference and to be on such an impressive panel today. So thank you both to my two previous presenters. I'll jump right in. This paper explores the relationship between scribal training, priestly service, and the transmission of knowledge in the Aramaic Levi document through a comparative literary analysis of Isaac's address to his grandson Levi upon hearing of his ordination, and Levi's speech to his children and grandchildren in the year of his brother Joseph's death. My comparative analysis will also incorporate relevant passages from related compositions, especially the words of Kahat, the Genesis Apocryphon, and the book of Daniel, especially chapter 1. I argue that a close reading of these two discourses can help address some ambiguities in the Aramaic Levi document and related literature, namely, whether knowledge should be carefully guarded or shared openly, whether foreigners are viewed positively or negatively, whether there is a conflation of priestly and scribal duties, and whether all of Levi's children are eligible for priestly service. I argue that Isaac and Levi's discourses represent two distinct but related and overlapping bodies of knowledge. The distinctions are subtle but recognizable on close inspection. Both bodies of knowledge are appropriately classified as scribal and require a scribal education to master, but the former is cultic while the latter is not. The former must be carefully guarded while the latter can be shared with non-priests and even non-Israelites. The Aramaic Levi document presents the descendants of its titular protagonist as the rightful leaders of Israel, and thus proficient in and stewards of both bodies of knowledge. So my first text. Levi and his family encounter Isaac for a second time after Levi's priestly ordination at Bethel. The reference to their first encounter with Isaac is terse and provides no information as to Isaac's location, but the narrator now informs the reader that the family is moving on to the fortress or the dwelling of Abraham to take up residence alongside their ancestor Isaac. On their arrival, Isaac learns of Levi's new status as a priest of God and begins to instruct him in the law of the priesthood. Isaac addresses Levi with a warning against impurity, a command to marry a woman from Isaac's family, and a pronouncement of the priestly vocation of Levi and his offspring. This passage has several terminological and thematic connection to the words of Kahat in 4Q 542. Isaac then offers an extended and highly detailed discussion of proper ritual procedure for the performance of the whole burnt offering in sequential order from beginning to end. The entire discourse concludes with Isaac's proclamation of the elevated status of Levi and his descendants. I'll come back to this slide. It is significant that Isaac delivers this discourse at the residence of Abraham because on 3 separate occasions, Isaac explicitly identifies Abraham as the authoritative source of the knowledge he is passing on to Levi. Isaac emphasizes the oral transmission of these instructions from generation to generation, but that is not the only vehicle for the communication of priestly knowledge. Isaac learns in part by observing the work of his father, while Abraham is in possession of a book attributed to his ancestor Noah, containing legislation about the proper handling of blood. The representation of Noah as a cultic authority, both here and in the Genesis Apocryphon, is likely an exegetical expansion of passages from Genesis 8 and 9, as Michael Stone has suggested. Hillel Mali has recently argued quite persuasively that the portrayal of Isaac as a cultic authority is also based on a creative reading of Genesis, in this case the Akedah in chapter 22. Israel's ancestors, Noah, Abraham, and Isaac, thus become proto-priests and stewards of cultic knowledge through creative engagement with the book of Genesis. Levi may be the prototypical Israelite priest and the founder of a line of priests, but he and his priestly descendants inherit their cultic knowledge from pre-Diluvian and patriarchal forebears. Isaac begins his priestly discourse by warning Levi to avoid every impurity. The term impurity occurs 3 times in this short opening passage in conjunction with terms like sin, fornication, and harlotry. Isaac does not completely conflate the concept of impurity with sexual misconduct, but sexual misconduct is presented here as a paradigmatic example of the sort of behavior that causes impurity. Isaac contrasts this negative injunction to avoid impurity with a positive command to marry a close relative so as to maintain the purity of his seed. This command functions both as an endorsement of Levi's priesthood and priestly lineage, as well as a warning to future priests lest they defile their holy seed through exogamous marriages. Levi also establishes the authority of Levi and his offspring to ensure the purity of the entire community by describing Levi's judgments as being greater than all flesh. Isaac's priestly instructions are identified as a law, or din, on 2 separate occasions in this short opening section, reinforcing Levi's obligation to administer justice so as to protect the integrity of the community from being defiled through sexual relations with outsiders, as exemplified in the reinterpretation of the Shechem and Dinah story earlier in the narrative. This concern for purity extends to the cultic realm as this opening passage moves seamlessly from its discussion of sexual matters to a discussion of ritual preparation, including a 3-stage purification rite upon entering the temple. The entire discourse concludes with a discussion of blood avoidance, including a prohibition against allowing the priestly garments to become stained with blood, and a command to properly dispose of an animal's blood before its consumption. In between, Isaac enumerates a detailed set of instructions related to the proper performance of the whole burnt offering, with information related to the proper materials, their proper quantities, and the proper sequential order of the ritual. Isaac's instructions concerning the proper quantities of sacrificial materials are organized by category, with each category containing a list of fractions in descending order. These lists, as Heinrich Dravnow has so masterfully demonstrated, quote, were influenced by the Babylonian sexagesimal counting system, followed the Babylonian pattern of scribal exercises, and would have highlighted for readers the necessity of studying these metro-arithmetical calculations for the proper execution of priestly duties. I combined a few quotes there. Isaac's discourse implies that priestly service thus necessitates both attention to personal purity and a professional scribal education. There is an intense preoccupation with the personal purity of the priestly class in both sexual and cultic matters, because remaining pure is what allows the priests to fulfill their judicial and ritual obligations, both of which ensure the ongoing purity and integrity of the entire community. This opening section of Isaac's discourse has several points of contact with the words of Kahat, a composition closely related to the Aramaic Levi document. First, Kahat also begins his discourse with a warning for his descendants, using the same verbal construction as Isaac, an ithpeil imperative of the verb zahar, beware or be careful. Kahat tells his children to be cautious with their ancestral inheritance, commanding them to protect it from outsiders and preserve it for future generations. Now, Isaac does not explicitly forbid Levi from sharing the law of the priesthood, but his use of the language of disclosure and concealment, quote, I will show you and I will not hide anything from you, may suggest that this knowledge is not to be shared with outsiders either, though I'm less persuaded by that point. Second, Kahat describes the ancestral inheritance using a list of 7 terms: truth, righteousness, integrity, perfection, purity, holiness, and the priesthood, several of which are also key concepts in Isaac's discourse, especially truth, purity, holiness, and the priesthood. Kahat also refers to the judgments of Abraham, Dinei Avraham. It is possible to interpret this phrase as an allusion to the priestly legislation in Isaac's discourse, as Andy Perrin has cautiously suggested, especially given Isaac's appeal to Abraham as an authoritative source throughout the discourse and his frequent use of the term din in its opening lines. Notably, neither Kahat nor Isaac used the term wisdom, chokhmah, despite Isaac's priestly instructions having clear sapiential themes. Third, Kahat, like Isaac, exhibits a heightened concern with purity and holiness and envisions exogamous marriages as a fundamental threat to the purity and holiness of their children, and by extension to the purity and holiness of both the priestly line and the community as a whole. Kahat and Isaac are profoundly concerned with maintaining proper boundaries between insiders and outsiders. Kahat commands his children to refrain from intermixture and from giving their ancestral inheritance to outsiders. Isaac, too, is anxious about improper relations with outsiders, especially improper sexual relations. He may also allude to the proper regulation and transmission of priestly instructions, but this theme is admittedly far less pronounced than it is in the words of Kahat. Finally, Kahat emphasizes the proper transmission of the ancestral inheritance within a particular familial context, using several different verbs in this fairly short text to describe this inheritance as having been given to his descendants by their ancestors. What Kahat also emphasizes just as clearly is that this ancestral inheritance is the accumulated knowledge of Israel's patriarchal and priestly forebears, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Levi, and Kahat. In so doing, Kahat constructs a single genealogical chain beginning with Abraham and culminating with Amram and his descendants, and thereby attaching a priestly triad of Levi, Kahat, and Amram to the more familiar triad of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, in effect bridging the gap and blurring the line between patriarchal and priestly genealogies and authority. The visions of Amram displays a similar genealogical perspective in its representation of Aaron as the 7th member in a chain of ancestors stretching back to Abraham. And there is a similar genealogical tradition in biblical chronology, 4Q 559, a single genealogical chain running from Abraham to Aaron, a line going through Levi rather than any of Jacob's other sons, and culminating at the Exodus with Aaron rather than Moses. Isaac's discourse and the Aramaic Levi document as a whole reflect this genealogical perspective. Not only are Abraham and Isaac presented as proto-priests and stewards of cultic knowledge, but Levi is brought into close association with the patriarchal triad of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob throughout the narrative, and Isaac refers to the elevation of Levi to a status above the other sons of Jacob. But there is a clear privileging also of Kahat and Amram among Levi's children and grandchildren in the Aramaic Levi document. Kahat, not Gershom, inherits the high priesthood, and Amram is the only of Levi's grandchildren to receive any significant attention in the Aramaic Levi document. So I'll move on to Levi's speech. Roughly 100 years after Isaac's discourse, according to the chronology of the narrative, a mature and elderly Levi gathers his children and grandchildren to share with them a discourse of his own in the year of his brother Joseph's death. Levi's discourse comprises two basic units: a poem extolling the value of pursuing wisdom, followed by a prose speech predicting the future of his descendants. The term wisdom, chokhmah, dominates the poetic section of Levi's discourse, recurring over 10 times in this relatively short poem. It appears most often on its own, but on several occasions it occurs in conjunction with two others to form a triplet of roughly synonymous terms: sfra va musar va chokhmah, scribal craft, instruction, and wisdom. Levi tells his descendants the benefits of pursuing wisdom and the consequences of neglecting it in sharply contrasting terms. Pursuing wisdom will result in the acquisition of glory, while neglecting wisdom will result in them becoming objects of disdain. This contrastive pairing of glory and disdain hints at the social implications of learning and teaching wisdom, a theme that becomes even more prominent as Levi's discourse continues. Levi implores his children and grandchildren to consider the example of his brother Joseph, envisioned here as the paradigmatic wisdom teacher and model for emulation. Levi describes Joseph as having excelled in the same sort of scribal knowledge that he is now encouraging his descendants to pursue: scribal craft, instruction, and wisdom. And he tells them that Joseph's status as a teacher of wisdom brought him glory, greatness, and association with kings, though this part of the fragment is damaged, with the implication that they too can achieve a similar social status if they are diligent in their pursuit of wisdom. This concrete example is followed by a more general one. Levi informs his descendants that the life of a wisdom teacher is long and prosperous. There is an emphasis here on fame and reputation. Even when traveling in foreign territories, the wisdom teacher is treated like a brother or companion, not like a stranger or assimilator, a word pairing also found in the words of kahat in a context emphasizing the danger of relations with outsiders. Levi, however, expresses no qualms or reservations about interacting with foreigners per se, instead telling his descendants that prominent members of foreign societies can offer glory in exchange for teaching wisdom. As Dan and I have pointed out in an article, this passage from the Aramaic Levi document has resonance with the story of Joseph as mediated through the Aramaic Levi document, but is also part of a broader tradition in Second Temple literature of prominent Judeans or their famous ancestors instructing high-ranking foreign officials. Most notably, Levi's description of the traveling wisdom teacher closely resembles the portrayal of Abraham's interaction with 3 Egyptian nobles in the Genesis Apocryphon. These nobles approach Abraham because of his words and his wisdom and ask for him to instruct them in scribal craft, wisdom, and truth, a near identical triplet to the one found in Levi's discourse. In response, Abraham reads to them from the book of the words of Enoch. Unfortunately, Levi never elaborates on the precise content of the wisdom that Joseph mastered and that his descendants are now being encouraged to pursue. Drobnow argues that Sfra likely included the same sort of Babylonian-style metro-arithmetical calculation skills that Isaac taught Levi in the priestly instructions, in addition to reading and writing. And this seems plausible given Joseph's role in the measurement and storage of grain in the book of Genesis. However, this triplet of terms, Sfra, Vamusar, Vahuchma, likely has a totalizing quality to it, and is perhaps akin to the claim in Daniel 1:17 that God endowed the 4 young Judeans with every aspect of Sefer v'Hachma, which the NRSV translates literature and wisdom, but what is probably better translated every aspect of scribal craft and wisdom, emphasizing the totality of knowledge required to participate in society as a high-ranking courtier. Levi's discourse continues with predictions about the future of his descendants. This section is far more fragmentarily preserved, but a few points are at least relatively clear. Levi begins with an affirmation of their future position in society as rulers, judges, priests, and kings, along with a reference to their kingdom and what appears to be a reference to the eternal duration of their glory. This positive vision of their future abruptly shifts to a more negative prediction about their abandoning of the paths of truth and their walking in darkness. There are reasons to suspect, I would argue, that this apostasy will only last temporarily, especially given the overwhelming emphasis placed on the eternal duration of Levi's priesthood and progeny throughout the composition as a whole. There are noteworthy similarities between Isaac and Levi's discourses that invite further comparison. For one thing, both discourses are examples of paternal instruction. Paternal instruction is a major theme in the Aramaic scrolls, appearing in compositions like 1 Enoch, the words of Kahath, the visions of Amram, and Tobit. Both Isaac and Levi use the term truth, kushta, to describe the content of their teaching. The term truth pervades the Aramaic scrolls from Qumran as well and frequently functions as shorthand for the sum total of right behavior, as it does in the common expression, the ways of truth. Both discourses are also introduced with near identical phrases, namely a form of the verb sharid, to begin, plus an infinitival form of the verb pekad, to command or to instruct. Despite these similarities, however, Levi's discourse is different in at least three important respects. First, Levi uses a different set of vocabulary to describe the content of his teaching. This is particularly interesting given the terminological overlaps between Isaac's discourse and the words of Kahat. The overwhelming recurrence of wisdom, chokhmah, in Levi's discourse is all the more striking given its complete absence in Isaac's discourse. Second, Levi associates his teaching not with Noah, Abraham, or Isaac, but with his brother Joseph, the famous courtier in Pharaoh's kingdom. It is worth considering whether the Aramaic Levi document associates different types or different spheres of knowledge with different ancestral heroes. Perhaps Isaac's discourse is focused on a more ancestral knowledge associated with members of the patriarchal and priestly genealogies, while Levi's discourse is focused on a more international or universal knowledge associated with heroes like Joseph, Enoch, and Daniel. Third, Levi promotes a more positive and aspirational vision of relations with outsiders, especially in the context of travel. But this vision is not incompatible with Isaac's. Levi certainly does not endorse endogamy, in fact, quite the opposite. Levi follows Isaac's command to marry a close relative and even arranges endogamous marriages for his children and grandchildren, a clear indication of his commitment to genealogical purity. And yet Levi's discourse places its emphasis not on the potential dangers of association with outsiders, but on the potential benefits. Isaac's discourse places its primary emphasis on purity and holiness, while Levi's poem is much more concerned with social status and the acquisition of glory, describing wisdom as a means of social advancement. These emphases are not mutually exclusive, and in fact, read as a whole, the Aramaic Levi document offers a roadmap for its readers to achieve high levels of social advancement while maintaining faithful to their ancestral way of life. And now for some brief concluding thoughts. By way of conclusion, I would like to make three claims based on this comparative analysis of Isaac and Levi's discourses in the Aramaic Levi document. First, these two discourses seem to represent two distinct but overlapping and related bodies of knowledge, both of which require technical scribal training. Correctly following Isaac's sacrificial instructions requires mastery of the type of scribal curricula that includes knowledge of weights and measures. Receiving a scribal education is thus a prerequisite for priestly service, according to Isaac's discourse. But the Aramaic Levi document does not collapse the distinction between priest and scribe. Levi, in his discourse, emphasizes the importance of a scribal education, and Drobnell is correct to translate sfra as scribal craft rather than simply translating it as reading and writing, because this term almost certainly includes not only basic literacy, but also the sort of Babylonian-style metro-arithmetical calculation that Isaac teaches Levi, a skill that Joseph would have also had to use in the context of his administrative service in Pharaoh's court. In fact, in Levi's discourse, the reference point is not Abraham and the use of this knowledge in a cultic context, but Joseph, who uses his mastery of scribal craft to climb the ranks of the Egyptian bureaucracy. The Aramaic Levi document thus presents Babylonian-style scribal education as a prerequisite for priestly service at the altar, though it also clearly understands these calculation skills as relevant not just for priests, but for all those serving in bureaucratic and administrative positions. In both discourses, however, the content of the teaching goes beyond this. Isaac transmits an entire body of sacrificial protocols for the proper performance of the whole burnt offering, while Levi transmits the sort of knowledge that would have been relevant for aspiring courtiers. In some ways, the knowledge described in Levi's discourse has closer parallels with the knowledge possessed by Abraham and sought by the Egyptians in the Genesis Apocryphon, and the knowledge acquired by Daniel for service in the Babylonian court, more so than it does with the knowledge described in Isaac's discourse. Second, it is not a coincidence that Levi's discourse does not include any of the cultic language found in Isaac's discourse, because Levi's discourse is directed toward his children and grandchildren as a whole, and not only the line of Kahat, Amram, and Aaron. The Aramaic Levi document, like the words of Kahat and the visions of Amram, imagines the Israelite priesthood not as the inheritance of Levi's descendants as a general class, or Levites, but as the inheritance of Kahat, Amram, and ultimately Aaron and his descendants. Perhaps the Aramaic Levi document avoids using cultic terminology in Levi's discourse to distinguish between the priestly legislation passed down from Abraham and Isaac to the priestly line of Levi, Kahat, and Amram, with a more universal wisdom accessible to Levi's descendants as a whole, perhaps. The emphasis on holiness and purity in Isaac's discourse may indicate that for the Aramaic Levi document, the priests are ultimately responsible for ensuring that the members of the community are engaging in proper marital practices and that the sacrificial cult is operating in accordance with proper ritual procedure. The emphasis on glory and social mobility in Levi's discourse, on the other hand, may reflect a more general call for both priests and non-priests to master the type of wisdom necessary to occupy important administrative positions in society. This may be the proper context for thinking about the strict command to avoid giving away the ancestral inheritance to foreigners in the words of Kahat, and the relatively open sharing of knowledge in Levi's poem in the Aramaic Levi document. Perhaps Kahat and Levi are describing two different bodies of knowledge, each with different stipulations for how and to whom it should be disseminated. And finally, these two discourses taken together offer an attitude towards foreigners and outsiders that transcends the categories of positive and negative. The Aramaic Levi document does not categorically encourage or discourage interactions with foreigners, nor does it categorically portray foreigners in a positive or negative light. Instead, it gives the reader a model for proper interaction with foreigners. Isaac warns his son Levi that improper relations with foreigners can have disastrous consequences and can threaten the integrity not only of the priestly line, but the entire community as well. In the reinterpretation of the Shechem story and in his own marriage practices, Levi embodies this more negative approach in his avoidance and punishment of sexual relations with outsiders. On the other hand, Levi tells his children and grandchildren that interacting with foreigners has the potential to bring them glory in the form of fame, status, and social mobility, with Joseph as the key exemplar of how to relate properly to foreigners. In this way, the Aramaic Levi document represents a blueprint for how to navigate life successfully in a multicultural environment while remaining faithful to their Judean identity and cultural practices, much like Joseph and Daniel in the Aramaic court tales. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rob. Okay, we have some time. We can take 5 minutes or so, at least. Henrik?
Thank you very much for this great paper. Really, it was something important to show the connecting points between what Isaac's speech and Levi's wisdom poem, because I don't think there are two different things. They interconnect and they supplement each other. No? And concerning this precepts of endogamy, I think it's not in opposition with scribal wisdom, which is more general. No? Somewhere I read recently that, for example, in Babylonia, in the Hellenistic period, priests who were officiating at that temples, especially in Babylon and Uruk. At the same time, there were very well educated scribes, astrologers, astronomers, etc. And they preserved very strictly the principle of endogamy. Not only for religious principles, but especially for the idea of keeping the scribal knowledge to themselves, no? Because they knew it's something very valuable, and it's important to transmit it from one generation to the other as a means of keeping a very high social position in a society, no? So I don't think it's restricted only to Israel in that period, no? This principle of endogamy, no? But it's rather more universal. And this universal character of wisdom in Levi's document demonstrates international contacts, I think, that these priests had, no? Because otherwise it would be unthinkable to have this kind of influence from, let's say, Babylonian tradition on Isaac's speech. On the one hand, on the other, you know, they traveled a lot, no? And they had this very large perspective of scribal position in Egypt, as Józef, the example of Józef was very telling for them, and on the other side, some contacts with Babylonian tradition. So they wanted to construe a future for priests, whether in Israel or somewhere else, no? With what they knew about the world at large at that time, I think.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. I think I was trying to present these as very much interconnected, interrelated speeches, but trying to tease out some of the sort of differences in vocabulary and terminology. But I think you're quite right about both of those points.
Thank you again.
Yeah.
So thank you, Rob. This was great. I enjoyed this. So 2 points. I really liked the emphasis with the patriarchal succession, that it's an echo of this theme in Genesis, that there's a favorite son in each generation.
Yeah.
And it reminds me that like in Jubilees, it's not just that all the ancestors are writing and they're keeping their books. It's like a textualization of this theme of election, that there's one ancestor, there's one in each generation that's kind of chosen, and then in Jubilees, and there's an echo of this in what you're getting at, that it's that one chosen one is also the one that writes and keeps the older ones. The other thing which I really liked about your emphasis on the repetition and the prominence of this theme Chochmah in Levi, you know, like Dravnel in his earlier book called this work a wisdom text, and I think what you're getting at, there's some really interesting work that needs to be done with this poem in particular in relation to Ben Sira, because when he talks about personified wisdom going particularly to Jerusalem. So and then he'll connect it when he talks about wisdom as a tree. He'll use this language of Aramaic woods connected to the incense in the temple. So there's already in Ben Sira they're doing a thing where there's some sort of connection between wisdom as a category and specific priestly traditions. And there's something like in the connection of there's something there earlier in what you're getting at by connecting this term particular to the figure of Levi and the priestly tradition. So I think there's a lot. This was great, but I think you're on to something bigger, I'd say.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I mean, I think to take your first point, I mean, Andy points out in his recent commentary that, you know, you have in the words of Kahat this focus generally on the sons of Kahat, but then it shifts its attention to Amram, and Amram is the one who becomes the custodian of Levi's books in the Testament of Kahat. So you do have this sort of narrowing of the line in each generation, which I think is really interesting. But yeah, I think on the second point, I think I have a lot more thinking to do about this text in particular. This is new ideas for me, so I'm working them out with you today. But it does seem like in these texts, like particular patriarchs are associated with certain terms. You know, like the judgments of Abraham, the command of Jacob. You know, and Joseph's association with Chochmah, and so I think there's a kind of Enoch, Joseph, Daniel, like this kind of orbit of figures who are more associated with a kind of universal knowledge. Again, not incompatible with the priestly stuff, but you can sort of draw shades of distinction between the two. But yeah, thanks for that point. Yeah, Shlomi.
Thank you, Rob, very much. This would be more a question of clarification, I think. You equated two speeches which are basically different, not because they're dealing with different content, but because one deals with the content, cultic practice, let's put it this way, and the other is actually speaking about some kind of knowledge, but it doesn't at no point say what this knowledge is.
No.
But if you have this knowledge, you will have a great life.
Yeah.
So are we dealing here with two different types of knowledge of wisdom, or are we dealing here, let's say, with two different facets to look on, well, more or less the same thing? Or how do you think about this, let's say, kind of distinction?
Yeah, this is what I mean when I say that they're overlapping and interrelated, and I think Heinrich's point is very well taken, that even Levi's speech, even Isaac's speech, even though it doesn't use the word chokhmah in it, is clearly sapiential. It sort of reflects a wisdom worldview, this emphasis on order and regularity. But I do think it's frustrating that Levi never unpacks the content of this wisdom. But to me, the hint is Joseph. To me, the hint is this Sfra, Musar, Chokhmah, is the type of wisdom that would have been useful to Joseph in his life navigating the Egyptian court. So again, that would include calculation skills, it would include reading and writing. And so I see parallels between, this type of wisdom that Levi is describing and connecting with Joseph, as well as, the sorts of wisdom that Daniel mastered in the context of the Babylonian court as well. Though again, that's harder to determine because Isaac is quite explicit. It's this sort of, this is how you do a sacrifice. I mean, the content is very much elaborated in great detail, whereas in Levi's case, you're kind of left guessing exactly the content.
And very much practical.
Practical, yes, absolutely. Well, both are practical in a way.
In a way, yes.
Yeah.
Knowing how to interpret a dream is also practical, but very differently than knowing
Different
how
type
to
of practical.
handle the
That's right.
country's budget.
That's right, yes. A different sort of practical, yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you. I think we better take a break now. We have almost 20 minutes, and then we'll come back to resume for our last session. Thank you.
Have you
You
said
need to
something?
do the presentation. It's on.
Okay. You have a stick, yeah?
Yes. And I also have remote control, if I can, but I will put it in afterwards. One other. You can take the PDF. Okay. I'd like to see if this works.
It works, but the light is on, so it's... You prefer PDF or PowerPoint?
Let's try the PowerPoint. Also. See how the slides. Yeah, this is better.
Yeah.
Just what you wanted to check the Hebrew. If you can scroll down.
Okay.
Or scroll. Not that much. Upwards. For instance, that looks old. It's not good. No, it's not the. So, is it possible to download a font to this computer right now? SBS font.
I need to run here because I'm the classic on Greek for my students. So, yeah, I'm more Greek than that. Yeah, well, thanks for coming. By the way, may I contact you through your email that you gave at the beginning of the presentation? Please do. Because this scribal training is something really interesting to me. I'm working on the Book of Kings. I see some revisions that relate Persian Hellenistic revisions that have this priestly, how to say that?
Flavor.
Yeah, exactly. You read it and you know that it is not Deuteronomistic. It doesn't fit at all to the theology of the Book of Deuteronomy.
Okay, now let's see.
Recently, more
If you open the PowerPoint again.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, looks much better. You can again scroll up. See another one, up. Let's have a look. Okay, looks good.
Good?
Yeah. Now there's one more thing I want to check. If I can plug this one in and see if it works.
Okay.
And it will be much easier for me to control. Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you. And thank you for all the organization and assistance. Really. I appreciate it.
No problem. You are welcome.
started. I'd like to welcome you all back after a coffee break. And all good things come to an end. We've had a very good conference, and we'll now start our final session. So I'd like to start this off by asking Hillel Mali from Bar-Ilan University to begin his paper entitled, "What is the World Sustained by? Law and Narrative in the Sacrificial Law of the Aramaic Writings in Qumran."
Okay, thank you. What the world sustained by? I don't know. I don't know if it is. But in antiquity, there are different answers. You know, Rabban Shimon ben Gamliel say, על הדין, על האמת ועל השלום, שנאמר אמת ומשפט, שלום שפטו בשעריכם. I hope that I put yes. And שמעון הצדיק, משיירי כנסת הגדולה, אומר על התורה, על העבודה, על גמילות חסדים. On the Torah, on the cult, reciprocity. And Rabbi Yaakov bar Acha said that only sacrifices, this is what the world relied on and sustained on. I don't know why he said it, and maybe in the end of the lecture we'll get to it. But I know, Henrik, that together here in Lublin, in such a turbulent time, when נפשנו כציפור נמלטה מפח יוקשים, our soul like a bird escaped from the follower's trap, is something that sustains the world and hold the bridge and that connect us together. And it's really meaning for me to come here and to speak. And I want to conclude because all the lecture is going to dwell very deeply on flesh and blood, and I don't know if you all will follow. I know that it's very priestly, tough stuff, but I'm trusting my teacher and friend Daniel that this is intended to the whole of the world. We are all the audience of this stuff. And to say that I want to show you the different ways in which Jubilees and the Genesis Apocryphon processed the same story in Genesis 8, the sacrifice of Noach. And this very comparison became available to me. I will take it for a moment, because one Shabbat morning, Dan came to my house, and we sat together with my daughter, Kedem, Genius 1, and with Esti Eshel, and we reread the Genesis Apocryphon column 10, and we found amazing new reading in the scroll. The new reading is the first published here in this source, and the joint article of Dan and me and Esti is about to be published in Megillot soon. The key to the rereading is something that located in the end of the handout. You see, ועל כל ארעה כולה כפרט, ושריטה על יסוד מטבחה אשדד, כולן דמהון. All the sentences are ended with the verb. And this is something that was very important for us while deciphering the scroll. And when we deciphered the scroll and we reread it, we discovered that the similarities that you are all familiar with is much more closer than we used to think. Jim Vanderkam saw it, and a lot of scholars tweeted to the similarity between the two descriptions, but according to Dan and Esti and me, the similarity is almost the same text, same motif, same language as far as we can identify. And this allowed me to re-examine the two texts in two ways. First, diachronically, and I am confident that I found new evidence that supports the assumptions that Genesis Apocryphon is the source and Jubilees should consider as an adaptation of Genesis Apocryphon. But here today I want to put aside the diachronical question and to focus just on the two different ways in which these two documents connected together the law of the priesthood and the narrative itself. And so this is my goal. I will take you through 5 examples, very tiny example, very halachic example, but in my point of view, very important. And in the end, if you will agree with me, I will claim that the different in which Genesis Apocryphon, as an Aramaic document from Qumran, subservient the narrative, the theological, to the cult, and Jubilees do the opposite things, is related not just to the specific details of the document, but also to the whole literary goal of this document. I'm following, where is Rob? A wonderful article written by Rob and Dan that bring together the Aramaic instructions in Genesis Apocryphon and Aramaic Levi document. And because of your article and things that I wrote in addition, I will bring one example from comparison of Aramaic Levi document and Jubilees. So I will turn now to my paper and let's begin with the first example. Give me a moment. Okay, I jump about a lot of things, but okay. Okay, one short introduction. Both texts, as you know, reward the biblical account, extending it into a detailed cultic treatise in line with the laws of the Torah. Thus, the general description, every clean animal and every clean bird, were interpreted as animal and birds suitable for sacrifice. Both also added a purification offering, which Noach sacrificed in order to atone for the earth's sins. So, the first example, taking from this very issue, the Torah says that Noach offered sacrifice from every clean bird. According to the Apocryphon, Noach sacrificed turtle doves. Where Jubilees says he sacrificed a turtle dove and a dove. It is hard to determine whether Jubilees added the doves or the Apocryphon removed them. Put aside this question, but what can be said with certainty is that nowhere in biblical, post-biblical, Qumranic literature, Chazal literature, Josephus, Philo, Lucas, anywhere that you will look in ancient literature, do we find sacrifice of both doves and turtle doves? It's something that non-exist. It's, in my friend Naftali Meshel terminology, it's, help me, it's ungrammatical sacrifice. It's a mistake. This is because dove or turtle doves is an exclusive or. A person may sacrifice either a dove or a turtle dove, but only one type must be selected. Thus, the text of the Apocryphon fits the priestly law. The question is why the Jubilees deviates from this ritual practice. Maybe this is due to hermeneutic consideration. Genesis 8 states that Noach took of every clean bird for a sacrifice. The emphasis on every clean bird implies that it is not only one type of bird, so both doves and turtle dove must be included in Noach's sacrifice. This in and of itself reflects a hierarchy, and this subtle hierarchy, this is what I'm going to emphasize again and again, in which ritual details are secondary to the narrative text, which says, Mikol ha'of hatahor. But more importantly, and more clearly, the answers lies in the broader narrative and theological context of the text. Yes, here. Jubilees associates Noach's sacrifice with the covenant of pieces, and Kana Verman wrote a wonderful article in 2017 about the imagination of the covenant of Noach and the covenant of Abraham. During this day, we conclude a covenant with Abraham like. I want to pause on this Hebrew word, like. The covenant that we concluded during this month with Noach. In the narrative of the covenant of the pieces, Abraham was commanded to take a 3-year-old heifer, a 3-year-old goat, a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a gozal, tor vegozal. The ancient translations and rabbinic literature, and, most importantly, Jubilees itself, all agree that gozal is a dove. And so Abraham, who according to Jubilees not only cut the animal, but also sacrificed a dove and a turtle dove. It seems that by likening Noach's sacrifice to Abraham, Jubilees deviate from clear ritual practices for literary reason, while the Apocryphon did the opposite. Due to consideration of standard priestly ritual practice, it modified the narrative. This is the first very small, very tiny example for what I'm trying to convince you that is a broad phenomenon. Let's take a bigger example. The second example, salt or frankincense. Yes, this is the two covenants, and you could look it very briefly. Okay, salt or frankincense. After performing the burnt and cereal offering and libating wine, the Apocryphon states that salt was added to all the sacrifices, whereas Jubilee states that frankincense was added. This is particularly interesting and very interesting from my point of view, since even though the text deal with different substances, salt and frankincense, the syntax is similar. And he or I put X something on every or each. I think that this is itself an important clue to the diachronical relation between the two documents, but I am putting it aside. And I want to focus at the things halachically. Both texts deal with a substance added to all sacrifice. And this is a mistake, you must to understand. It's a grammatically mistake. You can add salt to each sacrifice. בכל קורבן מנחתך במלח תמלח ולא תשברית ביטר מלח מעל מנחתך על כל קורבנך תקריב מלח, ברית מלח עולם וכול הון מליחין במלח וזורקים Ezekiel 43 and the Numbers and Leviticus 2:13 and it's something that you're usually doing. You put salt on everything because otherwise it's not tasty. So you need to put it, but never, even in one occurrence in all the ancient literature, you cannot find this formula. And the reason that you cannot find this formula is because if the frankincense is a ktoret, so it's offered separated. And if it's levona, if it's something that, okay, you put it on specific cereal offering, not on korbanot min hachai. And I am thinking that, Haran, put it aside. Okay, so this formula doesn't exist. So the description of the Apocryphon fits halachically and terminologically with biblical and post-biblical accounts of applying salt. We can find it, for instance, in Leviticus, and etc., etc. Jubilee's account, on the other hand, is difficult because frankincense is not applied to all sacrifice, but only to certain kind of cereal offering. In fact, there is no precedent in biblical or post-biblical description of this formula. Here too, I think the Jubilees altered the cultic accuracy for a narrative and theological purpose. Narratively, because the story, because the story in Genesis highlights the motive of fragrance. And the Lord smelled the pleasing odor. This is the only verse in the Bible where smelling is an act that attributed to God. The goal of sacrifice is smell, but God never smelled them. Except here and except one in a negative form in Leviticus, in the Torah, because this is another story. But it's a very special verse. So the replacement of salt with frankincense make the narrative sequence more coherent. Instead of sacrifice, cereal, wine, salt, raising fragrance, we get sacrifice, cereal, wine, frankincense, raising fragrance. I was unsure how to cite or to bring this example because this difference can also be explained in other ways. We could suggest that while the Apocryphon understand the fragrance to come from sacrifice itself, reach miktorti l'shmaya slak, reach miktorti, I am not agree with Cook, I am agree with Dan and other commentators that reach miktorti is the smell of the sacrifices themselves. It's not reach of ktoret, for sure. And I found 9 occurrences in Qumran literature that prove it. And so Jubilee, the Apocryphon thinks that when the formula reach nichor appears in the Torah, it relates to the sacrifice. But Jubilees understand that reach nichor is something that came from the Ktoret. And we could follow Martha Himmelfarb, who noticed and emphasized that Jubilee seeks to make the earthly temple as similar as possible to the heavenly temple and put frankincense whenever Jubilees could. And Vered mentioned it yesterday. Jubilees, when he could, he put frankincense. Anyway, the main point is remain. In the end of the day, the text of the Apocryphon here also is fit to the priestly convention, and Jubilees is ungrammatical and unhalachic. I have nothing against Jubilees, just from the priestly point of view. Example 3 is the most important one. I hope that I will succeed to transform it. Here we go. Okay. As you know, since Rob and Dan wrote about the similarities between the different priestly instruction, I will look to Aramaic Levi document now and give one comparison from this point of view. Both texts, Aramaic Levi document, place the laws of the sacrifice, even small, same laws, and purity in the middle of conversation of Isaac and Levi, or Abraham and Isaac, and I am not agree with what Professor Vandrikam said yesterday, but I will not relate now to the complex question about the specific relationship between the Testament of Levi and the Aramaic Levi document and Jubilees and Chazal literature. I'm not looking at it diachronically, just halachically. So, a scholar, and I mean Stone, have already noted 40 years ago, Levi document distinguish between a full body bathing, which is required before entering the house of the Lord, Bet-El, the washing of hands and feet only, and before and the washing and the hands on the feet before approaching the altar. So before you enter, you need to wash all your body. Before you are going to the altar, wash your hands and feet, and this is clear, and it reflects also in the Aramaic, you know, Sache and Rechia, and in the Greek Nipto and Lu. So this is clear. Okay, Jubilees maintains this distinction between the two types of washing, but unlike the Torah, and unlike the Aramaic Levi document, and unlike Chazal literature again and again and again, it relates both action with approaching the altar. The difficulty is obvious. If the author of Jubilees sought to deal with purity when approaching the altar, why would he list two actions, maintaining the difference between bathing and washing one's hands and feet? And if he sought to describe a double requirement of purity, bathing before entering the temple and washing one's hands and feet before approaching the altar, why would he connect both actions with approaching the altar rather than bathing with entering to the temple? We can also express the difficulty terminologically. The command to wash, and please now be with me for a moment, listen to the music of the words. The command to wash before you shall go to sacrifice, and these words preserved in Qumran, Beterem telech laaktir, not all the phrase, but most of it, is unprecedented in biblical and post-biblical Celtic literature. A person becomes pure when approaching and when entering, and not before leaving their home. We are not speaking like this. You are purified yourself when you enter to some place, not before you leave your house to another place. It's something that could be reasonable in a Mimamsak tradition, a Vedic tradition, but not in ancient Judaism. Here too, the terminological and halachic difficulty can be explained, and here very easily. The explanation is you already know it, in terms of narrative context. Priestly law is framed in an imaginative context of nomadic people surrounding a tabernacle, in which case the first instruction may relate to the purity required before entering the precincts, and the second instruction relates to approaching the altar. The same is true of the later tradition, contextualized in the narrative space of Jerusalem. So Megillat HaMikdash and Aramaic Levi document and priestly text all imagine temple. But in contrast, Jubilees, in contrast, Jubilees frames this instruction in a different imaginative context, not the Sinai desert, but rather the land of Canaan. There is no temple in this space, as Jubilees emphasize the prohibition to build a temple in the time of the patriarch, since there cannot be an instruction to become ritually clean when entering a non-existent space. The old instruction had to be recontextualized to the new ritual space, resulting in an odd formula which requires washing before you shall go to sacrifice. The new context of the narrative disrupted the ritual content. By embedding the existing instructions in this new context, the narrative was left intact, but the meaning of the original instructions was distorted. In contrast, in the Aramaic Levi document, the instructions fit priestly law. Perhaps this is because, and now it's a very complicated question for me, Dravnel wrote a short and very important paragraph, and Michał spoke about it earlier, whether Bit-El is a proper noun or also a common noun, where is it just a temple or just a... So I want to, but this is itself, the transplanting of the temple itself in the imaginative context of Canaan is something that you want to transform the whole priestly instruction in a whole form, that they will stay intact and whole and stable in the imaginative context of the past. Anyway, again, this is the third example. I have 20 of Jubilees corrupted. 5 minutes. Okay, we need to start. 5 minutes. Okay, so I am running. Fourth example, attention to, the fourth example will be very easy. Fourth example, attention to cultic details. A quick glance at the surviving text of the Apocryphon and its parallel in Jubilees shows that even though both texts describe the same event in similar language, they do it differently. Look at the slide. Both texts adapt Noah's sacrifice to priestly law, but whereas the Apocryphon is concerned with flesh and blood, devoting space to the actual ritual actions, see the red words, Jubilees focuses on the function of sacrifice, but not on its actions, see the green words. Jubilees therefore adds to the description of the purification offering the description of the sin, whereas details of where the detailed description of the pouring of the blood appears in the Apocryphon. The Apocryphon's attention to halachic details is also seen in the specification of ritual stages, and this is something that Robin then wrote about it. Firstly, I will summarize it. Uvatroi tzavara, uvatroi yadoi, uvatroi yadoi, uvatroi dafnaim ni'a. All the time you feel the importance of the order, the stages, the different stages of the ritual, and this is not just stylistic, this is important halachically, because purification offering must be offered before the whole boring offering. Another structural element in the Apocryphon description, listed in descending order of detail. I will not delay about it, because Matthew wants me to finish, but it's Meir Paran, it's stylistic priestly literature. You see how detailed the Chatat and then the Ola, and jump to the Shlamim, Divchin Kulo Elo Yakrev. Just the title, without any specification. This is a priestly way of writing. To conclude, the close similarity between the Apocryphon and Jubilees highlights the difference between them. I have shown that in 5 different places. The Aramaic text maintain a terminological and halachic accuracy with respect to priestly law, whereas Jubilees deviate from these traditions for narrative and theological purposes. Not different halacha, but different theology, different purpose, different narrative. The two texts composed in Aramaic subject the narrative to cultic law. The text composed in Hebrew subject the priestly law to narrative and theology. I want to argue, and I know that I have just 2 minutes, but this is the main argument of the lecture, so give me just these minutes, that the Apocryphon purpose in explicating the offerings performed by Noach is to attribute to him a full catalog of the sacrifice. What I want to say is that the difference that I show doesn't relate just to who is more loyal to the priestly cult. The very literary goal of each text relate to it, because Genesis Apocryphon is an etiological story that planted all the catalog of sacrifice. Chatat, Ola, Shlamim, Korban Of, Melach, Mincha Atzma'it, I think that it's a self-standing Mincha, in the sacrifice of Noach. So this is the catalog of Noach. This is giving a precedent to all the sacrifice, and it's giving a mythical explanation to the sacrifice. You want to save the world? You want that after the flood something will be still stable? So offer sacrifices. But Jubilees look at his goal, and I fully agree with Kana article, his goal is to likening the covenant of the pieces of Abraham with Noach. The sacrifices is just a tool. It's just a emtsai. It's just a means. Thank you, Veren. Good that you are here. It's just a means to establish the covenant. He doesn't care. So his doesn't careness from the ritual detail and his ability to be so flexible and to move them and to play with them is also, in my point of view, related to the literary goal of the story itself. And the vice versa in Genesis Apocryphon. It's just that loyal to priestly law. This is what is this is what is in his mind. He wants to transplant all the catalog of sacrifice, עולה חטאת שלמים, מנחה, קורבן עוף וכולי, in this ancient paradigmatic sacrifice of Noach. And maybe this is a window to his theology of sacrifice and their mythical function as something that that hold the world together after the flood. And this is for another lecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was a wonderful talk, and we have some time for questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Hillel. Just to mention, and this is another paper, which apparently you didn't read, where I showed that Megillat HaMikdash, the temple scroll, knew the Aramaic document and actually cited him. So there you have the exact order which you don't find in Jubilee. So I think here you have these two writings from the Qumran community. So one has his or its aim, and the other one, he knows that the other one will fulfill the goals that you have, you find in the Aramaic Levi document, so he doesn't care about it.
Okay. I am fully agreement about the relationship between the document. I just found a new evidence.
No, but the things that you have, Megillat HaMikdash just follows what you have here.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was fascinating. Just a very small question. I was curious about the question of the verbs at the end of the sentence. Can you elaborate on that?
Okay, it could be Akkadian, and Henrik here. I am not the one to solve it. This is specifically not a priestly way of writing. It helps for me because I'm sure, and I think that Dan also is sure about it, that there is no even one sentence in the whole section that not end in a verb, even when it's very hard to rephrase a sentence like this. I agree, and I have my thought that, and I asked then the day before, that this is the book of Noach. This is a different document that characterized by this way of writing. And I don't think that I have enough evidence, but yes, I think that it's poetic and it's a way to memorize, and it's and I know that in some Akkadian text, priestly Akkadian text, but I'm not the expert to dig more deeply into it. But yes, it's important. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I'm simply going to add my thoughts on why the verbs come last. I mean, it would be a way to stress the nouns, of course, to place them first in a sentence.
Nice.
And then again, the nouns are very detailed. You have many different nouns.
Oh, thank you.
And he's trying to mention them all, whereas the verbs are rather general. I mean, he's using the same verb once and again, and he has 3 or 4 different verbs only. So he's simply the ingredients are much more important to him, and to mention them all than mentioning the verbs. And I think that's...
Okay, it was to come to Lublin just to hear this comment. Thank you. I agree, because all the halachic matter is what... brilliant. Thank you, Christian.
Okay, just one
final thought about final verbs. And Christian, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that this phenomenon is also found in Eastern Aramaic dialects and related by some scholars to Persian influences. But again, we need to look into it. Look for the East. Light comes from the East. That's also from Parthia. My question is actually a question of clarification concerning your comment that Jubilees is not actually interested in sacrifice. Well, as you've just shown us, it's immensely interested in sacrifice, not only here, but also, let's say, in Abraham's instruction to Isaac about all the different, or not all, many different details concerning sacrifice and blood. So can you perhaps elaborate a bit more about what exactly Jubilees is interested and not interested in? Because it's not simply that it pushes sacrifice aside. Sacrifice is there, it is important.
Covenant. So I think that if I understand you correctly, Shlomi, I think that that he adapted the text here, and I have another proof for this. And every time when he deviates from the text, I'm not speaking about the halacha, about the text, he is doing it to likening it to the covenant, and it reflects at least in just think about the shlamim. It's not fit to Abraham's sacrifice, and think about the Tor v'gozal, and think about that the mincha in the Yovlim, in the Jubilees, is different from the cereal offering in Genesis Apocryphon, because the cereal offering in Jubilees is something that's subservient to the sacrifice itself. So actually it's the same sacrifice. So I think that what could explain all the different details in Jubilees is this: he has in mind the covenant. Why covenant? So this is the theology of Jubilees. But okay, this is another subject. I understand you correctly? Okay, more or less. Okay, do we continue?
Thank you. And now let's have the second paper of our panel. And so Ari Silverman from Tel Aviv University, and the title is Understanding Truth and Fornication in the Aramaic Levi Document and Beyond.
Sorry, I'm a bit shorter than Hillel. But once again, thank you to the university, to Henrik for the invitation, the hosting. It's been a lovely experience, also the papers. Let's begin. Znut is an important term in Second Temple apocalyptic literature, including in the Aramaic Levi document. The term is usually read in terms of a broad range of sexual prohibitions, which in the ALD and elsewhere includes exogamous marriage, as we've heard. In ALD, it also appears in Levi's prayer, where it's one of the things that Levi prays to be saved from. Yet my thinking about this term has been influenced by the work of James Kugel and David Lambert, who have shown how perhaps meaning in general has to be reconsidered. Or more specifically, that it's not enough to simply approach terms in light of assumed categories, but to delve deeper to properly understand how terms were used and thought about. In this paper, I don't follow Kugel and Lambert, but I do develop ways, I believe, of understanding and thinking about Znut in a way which may be broadly thought of as a cognitive linguistics approach. The school of thought that argues that meaning should be considered via conceptual frameworks and web-like relationships, particularly for ancient texts, I believe. This approach allows us to tease out important layers of meaning that are not always readily apparent. To Znut itself, beginning with Charles, scholars have shown that in Second Temple Jewish texts, porneia and Znut is expanded and tied to a vast array of sexual prohibitions, including intermarriage, relations without a chance for progeny. We also find, surprisingly, I would say, from a biblical perspective, Znut that forbids one cannot engage in Znut with one's wife in 4Q 270. Liznot liishto shelo mishpat. While there are many ways to think about this rule, perhaps, the fundamental meaning of Znut here has changed from its use in the Hebrew Bible, and Znut has expanded to include many different forms of sexual immorality that men can also engage in. I guess cannot engage in should be the way to say it. The broader usage is also apparent in ALD, where Levi is warned against exogamous marriage as part of Pachaz and Znut, warning against harlots. Scholars have suggested how the warnings here perhaps against fornication fit awkwardly with Leviticus 21:15. Zonah there is not confined to endogamous marriage, and it would seem that Levi is not confined there to endogamous marriage within his tribe, although scholars here have dealt with that issue. However, I take a step back here before assuming a sexual meaning for the term only. Indeed, sexual sins and a sexual understanding of the term cannot fully account for how the meaning of it was expanded from the Hebrew Bible. In Second Temple texts, not only does it relate to a wider range of sexual sins, but also to evil in general, as Eve Levi-Feinstein has discussed, and also Paul Hager. My contention is that such an extension of the term can be better understood if we more broadly think about it as tied to notions in general of going astray. Perhaps a better English translation would be deviance or perversion, which also come with sexual connotations, but not only. I'll just bring here three pieces of evidence, one biblical, another from the Second Temple period, and also later Targumic evidence, which I believe show that this basic meaning of znut is tied to a movement of turning away. You can see on the screen and on your sheets as well, I think, Judges 2:17, but they did not heed their chieftains either. They went astray after other gods and bowed down to them. They were quick to turn aside, zanu and saru, from the way their fathers had followed in obedience to the commandments of the Lord, and they did not do right. This verse quite clearly, I believe, offers a number of parallel accusations against the people, such that zanu, stray, after other gods, should be understood in parallel to turning aside from the way. Ordinarily, scholars may think of this language in terms of, or sometimes, the divine Israel marriage metaphor, but it's not necessary. It's just as likely to refer to a turning away, a breaching of authority. You can see on your sheets also Ezekiel 6:9, Psalm 73:27, and I believe there are a number of other examples. This meaning is also evidenced, I believe, in Pesher Nahum. The prophet describes the scene of a battle, which in Nahum 3:4-5 he blames upon Assyrian might, specifically Nineveh. He utilizes images of harlotry and seduction, countless harlotries of the harlot, who is charming and a mistress of sorceries. The Psharis interprets the section as referring to enemies of the sect, the Mat'eh Ephraim, the misleaders of Ephraim, who use false teachings to lead people astray and essentially bring ruin upon them. Barron has noted that the imagery of znut here ties into the usage of znut in the Damascus document, which also uses sexual slander against elements external to the Qumran community, either because they have different interpretations of law or because they actually engage in licentiousness. However, the Psharis, I believe, simply links the concepts of harlotry and going astray together with other motifs tied to trickery and people being led to error and lies. At its heart, the Pesher is assuming a framework whereby znut should be understood as related to knowledge that leads astray. One last piece of evidence, which I believe shows this basic understanding, is also in the Targumim. More often than not, the root of ta'ut is used to translate zanut when used in the context of idolatry. For instance, it's not on your sheets, but Exodus 34:15 has the phrase "V'zanu achrei Elohehem," and Onkelos translates "V'it'un batar ta v'tahon," where both the act of the idolatry and the gods are referred to with the root for error. Targumic scholars such as Smoller, Averbuch, and Dresden have explained this via euphemism, perhaps as a way to protect patriarchal honor or as an educational device to teach that idolatry is just wrong. However, I believe in light of the previous examples that this meaning is also how people understood and thought about znut. Znut is fundamentally linked to going astray and error. In Levi's prayer, you can also see this connection between znut and wisdom. It was spoken about by Miriam earlier as well. I have the prayer structure on your sheets, and you can see it's one of an early example of a dualistic text. But you can see how you can make sense of znut, which is used in parallel with wisdom and knowledge. In fact, I would suggest it's the only term there not tied to things of thought, of the heart, and is used in parallel if we compare them with wisdom and knowledge. This is further buttressed by contrast, considering the root pachaz, also in Aramaic Levi. Scholars have debated the exact meaning of the word in the Hebrew Bible and in the Second Temple period. Greenfield argued it was tied to wantonness or lewdness, really as like a parallel to how we normally think of znut. However, scholars have also offered meanings that are more broad. Raymond de Hoop argued that in the Hebrew Bible, pachaz is associated with lion and it carries through to the Second Temple period. In Genesis 49:4, he says it means wily like water. In a different way, but in a somewhat similar understanding, Chaim Rabin proposed that the root stems from an Arabic root meaning to scatter, fitting well with its usage in Genesis 49:4 that describes Reuben's tribe as being scattered. Armin Langer has also suggested that the basic meaning is tied to jumping up in excitement or acting in excitement based on the word found in parallel to kum in 4Q Samuel B 6:7, V'yifchaz Yonatan me'al hashulchan. It's also found in 4Q Samuel A 32:7 in a slightly different context. This broader understanding is perhaps supported as well by the use of the root in Ben Sirah. Sirah 8:2 in manuscripts A and C in the Hebrew also contains pachaz and uses it ki rabim hifchiz zahav, right? Money is said to make someone perhaps unruly. And it's probably not a sexual context, perhaps referring to bribery, but the structure of the verse bears out what I'm arguing, that hifchiz is parallel to shagei, right? Which is tied to error or perversion, which suggests that pachaz is tied here to notions of going astray, and it bears a similar meaning to zanut. It can be backed up by other sources, I believe, in Ben Sirah 4:30 in manuscript C, and a few other cases. In summary, we see that pachaz, like zanut, is not only tied to a sexual realm, but is tied to borders, boundaries, a lack of control, a sense of bubbling over. And that's the best way to account, perhaps, for like the if Rabin is correct, the Arabic background, and these are all part of a frame which sees Nud and Pachaz not only as sexual, but tied to losing control. So in this comparison, we're not only looking at synonymous words, I would suggest, but two words that are both part of a particular cultural framework. And if I'm correct about Znut and associated concepts tied to the breaching of boundaries and error, it also provides another way to think about the allegories that link women to wisdom. In Proverbs, as we know, we encounter different types of real or metaphorical women. Wisdom is personified as a woman in Proverbs 8. Proverbs 6, 7, and 9 describe various kinds of negative women and leading the simple youth astray. However, while wisdom is personified as a woman, it's unclear if the negative female figures are also to be understood allegorically in the original composition. Either way, I think that in the Second Temple period, I would argue that a range of texts have women as representing foreign teaching, and that they read the evil women of Proverbs in this light. Matt Goff has argued that the Septuagint opens the doorway for the figure to function as an abstract idea, and this then leads to the seductress figure in representing allegorical foreign knowledge of some kind in 4Q 184. Although Bill Loader and others have argued that the text's multiple sexual terms mean a direct exhortation against sexual offenses, most scholars have understood the text as relating, I believe, to foreign wisdom, and groups considered perhaps to be opposing the sect, assuming it's from within. Melissa Orban has recently studied how gender is used in 4Q184 to delineate orthodoxy, and has shown how the figure of 4Q184 is purposely pictured as anti-wisdom. The focus of the text is clearly on the words of the woman which lead others astray. Her organs also lead astray, but not only sexually, but in general, once again suggesting that the enticement is not necessarily sexually, but something else. This is not to say, obviously, there is no element that's partly sexual, since it obviously is, tying the verse to the imagery from Proverbs, but the use of this imagery can be viewed as implying the powerful seductiveness of foreign thoughts. This association of the figure of 4Q184 with enemies of the sect is strengthened if we consider 4Q184 in light of sectarian literature more broadly. Pesher Nahum, already mentioned above, understands the harlotries decried by the prophet as related to enemies of the sect who lead people astray with their slippery words. And this is a direct, I would suggest, allegorical reading of Proverbs and its dangerous figure of foreign wisdom. As Barron has shown, the Pharisees are also termed seekers of smooth things. Dorshe Chalakot, in her discussion, she mentions the seductive nature of the epithet and its relevance to Qumran. However, the term Dorshe Chalakot does not only feature in Qumran, but is also directly tied to foreign women in Proverbs, with whom the term Chalak is associated. This then seems to suggest that the sectarians saw 4Q184, and probably Proverbs as well, as directly related to an allegory for their enemies, whom they considered foreign, demonic, female harlots. Regardless of whether the figure is indeed a harlot or a demon or a witch, 4Q184 develops an anti-wisdom figure based on the figures of Proverbs. Unlike Proverbs, the import of the figure described in 4Q184 is that it has repercussions of cosmological proportions and ties into a framework which I will develop shortly. Overall, instead of reading the allegorical as tied to the sexual, I suggest the other way around is more likely. The frame of Znut as error allows it to be naturally linked to sapiential concerns. If the righteous woman is wisdom, the seductress is error. I should also mention here, although we don't have time to get into it in this context, the two traditions in the Book of Watchers regarding the sin of the Watchers. One tradition ties it to the breaching of sexual boundaries or heavenly boundaries, and another ties it to teaching dangerous wisdom, again suggesting the strong links between these two frameworks, so to speak. These frames of meaning, I believe, can help us broaden our understanding of the concern ALD has regarding Levi and Znut, particularly Levi's judicial role and function as instructor of wisdom, pointed out here, but also some 30 years ago by Stoner and Greenfield, would provide the grounds to complete this picture, since Levi engages in things to do with wisdom and truth. However, perhaps those should be defined, he needs to refrain from anything which is untrue or in error. This may be taken a step further if we think about the broader relationships to other words, such as the Aramaic kushta. The root kushta, which is associated with truth, honesty, and correct judgment, is also associated with straightness and shooting arrows. So too in Hebrew we find terms related to truth and righteousness that fit into this same field, such as the term yashar, which bears the meaning of honesty, straightness, and also sometimes righteousness. The paper of Armin Lang on this subject has borne this out for the Second Temple period. Based on this conceptual understanding, we may infer that the opposite of truth, error, is tied to straying from the path. To frame this using the taxonomy of metaphor developed by Larkov and Johnson, even though it doesn't exactly fit what I'm talking about, the metaphor of truth is straight implies that error is leaving the path. It follows that since error is similar to Znut, Znut is leaving the path. It is this metaphorical field, or this field of meaning, that serves as the basis for Znut being understood as being the opposite of truth. Langer notes, for instance, that in the Book of Noah, Kushta changes from righteousness to wisdom. In the Apocryphon 6:4, we find, so I girded my loins in the vision of righteousness, Kushta, and wisdom, Chochmah. Langer notes that the parallel use of these two terms means that Kushta here represents another designation for the ethical order and structure of the universe. It was violated by exogamous marriages of the Watchers and by the offspring coming out of these marriages, but will be observed by Noah through his endogamous marriage. In texts where this is the meaning of Kushta, then, we may say that intermarriage goes against the standing order of the world, against ideas of truth and wisdom. Since intermarriage was also termed Znut in the Second Temple period, the system works together. Znut is the opposite of truth. It is error. It also hinders the fundamental order and structure of the cosmos, and you can see the framework behind me. However, this field may also go a little deeper. Langer has shown that Kushta is used multiple times in the context of Noah's birth. Truth in this sense may be the direct opposite of birth via harlotry. A woman who becomes pregnant via her husband can confirm her child's lineage, and this represents truth and knowledge. A woman who engages in fornication does not know the child's lineage for certain. This may be termed an erroneous lineage. Pure lineage is straight, and lineage via harlotry is astray. Therefore, not only is Znut tied to error on a basic level, its use in relation to erroneous birth, to which it is linked via harlotry, inappropriate marriage, and genealogy, defines it as the opposite of correct or righteous birth, as discussed above, and you can see also the second framework behind me. If I'm correct about the workings of Znut and Ta'ut and Kushta, we can also see how, from a language perspective, how concerns about genealogy play out in terms of a concern for exogamy. Cognitively, Znut is tied to an untrue, deviated, or corrupted lineage. And this, I would suggest, is part of the basic way people understood Znut. On the other hand, someone who does not engage in exogamy is guaranteed a true, straight, or pure lineage. It is not only that exogamy or fornication is termed Znut only, but that the term Znut works together with it, such as truth and wisdom, to reflect ideas about the world. This is also, by the way, accounts, as Matthew Goth has again shown, for the basic fear around women. They hold the power of ensuring a true child, as can be seen in Lamech's concern about Bitanosh and her progeny in the Apocryphon. In light of all this, it would seem natural to expect Levi, as adjudicator of truth and possessor of wisdom who also requires proper lineage to keep away from znut, which is fundamentally understood in terms of error, but also one which may be even more fundamental and tied to a notion upending the notion of upending the world order created through wisdom. The themes of truth and error obviously work well in a dualistic worldview, but znut as a cosmic destructive element that breaches borders and leads one astray, I would suggest is tied to a much more ancient motif of house building in the ancient Near East. As Raymond van Leeuwen has shown, and others, house building is a fundamental metaphor in ancient Near Eastern societies, used to express a relationship to human wisdom rooted in a conception of the divine order of the cosmos. Just as the earth is an ordered creation, so too human construction of temples imitates this order. He explains that this metaphor features in Israelite literature as well, as seen in descriptions of the tabernacles. We can also view this thinking in light of John Leventon's writing on creation and the existence of evil in the Bible, the ancient battles between gods embodying essentially natural forces, which highlight the ancient concerns that things would return to disorder. In contrast, the human act of construction, which imitates the divine wisdom in creating the ordered world, strengthens the world order. Accordingly, the building of a temple represents the ideals of an orderly cosmos, identified with God's wisdom and orderly creation, which is eternally threatened with the possibility of collapsing back in on itself. Put quite poetically by Brown, wisdom's play builds on and continues the divinely established security of the inhabited world. Her engagement with both creator and created establishes the distinctly moral sphere for human beings, one built on the essential goodness of creation and fashioned for the nourishment of the moral life. It's similar to the analysis of tzedek proposed by Moshe Weinfeld, who argued that in Hebrew and other ancient Near Eastern cultures, tzedek is fundamentally related to concepts of truth, straightness, honesty, uprightness, as well as to notions of being established and of being created. Broadly speaking, then the acts of creation and establishment are fundamentally linked to truth and wisdom, as we know, I believe. For example, you can note the phrasing of Psalms 89:16 on your sheets, which is using a cluster of verses to do with creation, his throne being created or established through justice and uprightness. This refers to the imposition of order and harmony upon the cosmos and the forces of destruction. Wisdom in biblical literature is tied to the creation of the world and represents God's creation. The divine command and will need to be obeyed in order to testify to the existence and power of such wisdom. Put in another way, cosmic order and moral order are intertwined according to this thinking. But when we bring these pieces back together, and with this I'll finish, we can see the relationship between znut and wisdom in the Second Temple period as the conceptual opposite and counterpart of this framework and motif. If we say that God uses wisdom to create the world, which requires adhering to the path that is right and true, conversely, the demonic, or Belial, destroys the world through leading people astray from the path and towards untrue knowledge, error, perhaps, with znut being uniquely tied to Belial, the demonic, and leading astray. Znut becomes a cosmic action with cosmic results. Harlotry stems from breaching boundaries and violating divine wisdom. The harlot herself, therefore, represents the opposite of such wisdom. In the Hebrew Bible, the focus is on God defending against chaos and evil with order sustaining wisdom embedded in creation. However, for the Second Temple period, the belief in demons shifts this focus slightly. The divine order can be interrupted by demons, and humans can be swayed by these demons and increase the demonic in the world. Human actions feed the dark side, so to speak, and threaten the divine order. Levi's role as judge and his relationship to the temple complete this picture and allow for us to understand the place of the instruction regarding znut in ALD. Since znut, more broadly considered, ties into notions of error leading astray, if you agree with me, it is not only that the concern is one of breaching a biblical injunction, but that znut interferes with Levi's status as adjudicator and transmitter of wisdom. Engaging in actual znut via exogamous marriage means a blurry, untrue lineage as well, which is also important for Levi. And finally, fundamental error, and engaging in error fundamentally breaches the world order, which is embodied in the temple itself. To conclude, while obviously znut is used in a sexual context and is expanded in meaning in Second Temple texts, I would suggest that by understanding it in a wider range of cultural categories, we're able to better appreciate the usage in ALD and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you for that really interesting paper. We have time for questions.
Thank you very much. Just a note regarding Pesher Nahum in 4Q184. Tali Lan suggested that Pesher Nahum here in these lines refer to Shlom Tzion. And in the eyes of the writer, she is Zona. But what important is that we know that during her time, the Farsis were gain their role and status in the court. So it's both Shlom Tzion and the Farsis. And I think the same can be said about 4Q184, that the writer or the writers, I'm not saying the scribes, were thinking about Shlom Tzion and the Farsis at the same time, and they turned Proverbs 7 into a combat against both of them.
Right. So
the party and the queen.
Yeah. So I hear that. I would question how certain we can be of those designations, right? Yeah, but I'm saying, even as a text of itself, it's. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Right. So. So it's possible what you're saying, right? And obviously, like Talilan said, I would say though, the question really though is so they're reading Proverbs into it, which was more my point, right? They're using the allegory. They're seen as allegorical and not as sexual in Proverbs. That's the idea, right? And so, yeah. Thank you.
Hey, Ari. Thanks so much for your paper. I'm persuaded by it. And I think it helps me think about this question that I've had of why this law about marriage is right before this extensive law about sacrifice. And you alluded to it at the end of your presentation, but I'm just wondering if you can reflect a bit more on the relationship between Znut and perhaps the cultic laws. Is the idea of improperly implementing these sacrificial laws also a type of Znut, and is that sort of perhaps the kind of connection between the introduction to Isaac's speech and then the subsequent material?
Yeah, exactly. So I think the introduction's the key in terms of seeing it as the instruction being linked to truth, and then suddenly you have this talking about Znut, but exactly that the ne'emanut, the fidelity to the instruction is part of ensuring correct worship and also therefore correct structure. And perhaps you would see it as one of the harlotries as straying from that as well. But yeah, thank you.
Could I make one quick? So I really enjoyed this, and one thing that what I think really fits this model is this tradition that you get in Ben Sira and the wisdom of Solomon. This idea that talking about wisdom as a personified as a woman that you should marry, like talking about wisdom as your bride, and the idea of encouraging the male student to have this kind of lifelong love affair with wisdom and meaning a life of study, and they're talking of that as using like marriage as a metaphor for sort of a lifelong occupation with wisdom. So I think that really fits with your model.
Yeah, no, exactly. I agree with you that there's a number of elements of wisdom that are important for the scholar or the scribe to think about, right, in terms of how you approach it. One thing which we mentioned before, which is I think important in the break, is that this idea that though there's correct wisdom and incorrect wisdom, and it's hard sometimes to discern between those two things. So before you make that leap, you need to make sure that you're going to follow the correct path and be on the right side of the dualism, so to speak.
You gotta marry the right woman.
That's right. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you.
Other questions? All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Michał. First of all, I would like to join the gratitude and thanks of the preceding speakers to Henrik Drevnel and Michał for organizing and running this conference so efficiently. Thank you all, also for all the speakers, for your enriching talks and discussions. I've learned a lot. I'm sure that all of us had. Thank you again, Michał. Just proving my point. One word of apology to Matthew Goff. There will be no slides of Humpty Dumpty in this presentation. I'm sorry. I'll try to compensate for it. And finally, I must begin with commenting that the thoughts and suggestions I will present today arise from my work, which was done as part of a larger project on the re-edition of Aramaic scrolls from Qumran, directed by Professor Elisha Kimron and Christian Stadel, sitting here from Ben-Gurion University. Christian, thank you very much for inviting me to take part in this very important project. And now, without further ado, I would like to present some thoughts and some suggestions concerning an Aramaic composition known only from Qumran, which includes the deathbed speech of a priestly forefather. I'm speaking, of course, about the Aramaic Levi document, I mean, the regions of Amram. This composition is preserved in 7 up to 9 copies. The already censor says something problematic here. There are indeed problems of assigning and attributing the different fragments to different manuscripts. I will not talk about it. If you're interested, ask Haneke or Dan. They dealt with it extensively. All the copies are very fragmentary. Nevertheless, they allow us to get at least a glimpse of the main outline and some of the, let's say, scenes of the composition. So what does Visions of Amram tell in broad lines? The story begins around a family gathering around Amram's deathbed, where he organizes a marriage of his daughter Miriam to his brother Uziel, followed by blessing one of his sons, probably Moses, though this is debated. Then after Amram starts speaking to his children, he tells them about his sojourn in Canaan, where he went to bury his forefathers. And after several turns of events, only partly preserved, Amram receives a dream vision from 2 angels, where he is first called to choose between light and goodness on the one hand, or darkness and evil on the other, represented by the 2 angelic figures. Followed are, well, fragments of what seems to be reports about Amram's progeny, their names, their deeds, their glorious future. The composition apparently ends with a description of Amram's death, burial, and the birth of his descendants. This brief description raises several of the central themes of this composition, the way I read it. First of all, focus or interest in family laws and ethics, on the one hand in issues like chastity and proper marriage or endogamy, but also issues like devotion of children to the parents and care of parents to their children. Children should bury their fathers. Fathers are happy when their children behave rightly and have marriage feasts. Related to this, let's say, general familial interest is a more concrete attention to lineage, particularly priestly lineage. After all, Amram is a son of Levi and the father of priests for the eternal generations. And lastly, there is also some interest in what I would call, following Michael Stone, the axis of history. Amram, or in the composition as a whole, tells his children about things that happened in the past, and provides some glimpses about things that will happen in the future. So providing some, let's say, bits and pieces of a historical review, though it's not simply a review, it after all, is focused particularly on cult, priests and cult, and this leads me to the focus of my presentation today. I will first offer you a reconstruction or suggestion of a reconstruction of a cultic passage, then examine it in its broader context in Second Temple period literature and beyond, and then consider some of the implications. of this reconstruction and its parallels. So let us begin. I will begin with fragment 9 from the 5th copy of the Vision of Amram, a relatively large fragment. I would like to highlight several points. In line 4, we find a mention of Mount Sinai, out of context, I mean in broken context, but nevertheless a noteworthy mention because Mount Sinai is hardly mentioned in Quran literature in general and in the Aramaic scrolls in particular. What it's doing here, well, maybe we'll see in what follows. Next line mentions Midbach Nahsha, a copper altar. This is the altar that was used in the tabernacle and later in the Jerusalem temple. Its mention here again is quite obscure, but at least we already feel interest in cult and its particularities. The next lines mention someone who will be elevated as a priest from all the people of the world, and his sons after him for all the eternal generations. So a strong emphasis, a strong stress on the election and elevation of the future priests, and particularly on their genealogy, probably from Amram. On the basis of this reading, I would like to read already in line 5, Brecha Rabba. Brecha or Brecha Rabba, your elder son, who will probably officiate on the copper altar or will be commanded concerning the copper altar. In any way, I think that it's very likely that this priestly lineage is directly related to Amram's sons. Lastly, in line 8, Amram tells in the first person, and I woke up from my sleep and wrote the vision. So this is a formulary concluding of a vision, as we've seen yesterday 2 days ago in Dan's presentation, and I'll come back to this line in a minute. Now, there is much to be said on fragment 9 as it stands, but before doing so, I would like to examine the possibility of associating it with several other fragments. First, fragment 6 on the right here. Again, in the last line of this fragment, line 8, we read, Unegad min levati, and he departed from me. And then in fragment 9, and I woke up from the sleep of my eyes. Again, this is a formulaic wording for concluding a vision and waking up. An almost exact wording appearing in the Aramaic Levi document. And I think that this line can serve as the starting point for combining the two fragments. It allows also for a reasonable reconstruction in the preceding lines. Thus, in line 7, I suggest reconstructing from the world and until the eternal words, min alma ve'ad almei almaya, and his son after him for all the eternal generation. A bit repetitive, that's true, but still a reasonable stress on the eternal election of this particular lineage. In line 6, the positioning of the fragments allows for the reconstruction, and his son after him, Uvre Batre Yitaram Kohen, will be elevated as a priest, again, expressing the same idea. So all in all, I think that this positioning of the fragments allows for several reasonable continuous text and is quite secure as it gets. Another fragment which I bring into this puzzle is fragment 8 on the top left. I would have to say its positioning here is less secure and is more tentative. What's important here is not so much the direct position, but what the association brings. In line 4 on the top left, we read about the altar of stones, all that I told you, perhaps, about the altar of stones and how they will burn offerings upon it. This is associated with the mention of the copper altar and every sacrifice in the continuation of the line. So associating fragment 8 with 6 and 9 allows us to see some kind of, or brings out some kind of comparison or association between these two types of altar. I will come back to it. One more issue that comes out from this reconstruction is the mention of Levi. He is found here in line 3, which mentions something which Levi, his son, sacrificed upon. This is most likely the altar in Bethel, where Levi first officiated as a priest, which Jacob, your father, built. So, of course, this is a rather speculative reconstruction, but it works nicely. This is how the fragments look like materially, positioned next to the other. The letters, by the way, are just copied from the actual letters of the fragments, using a technique developed in the SQE project directed by Jonathan Bender from Haifa University, today in Tel Aviv, which again I had the privilege to take part in. I can talk about details of reconstruction later on if anyone is interested. This, of course, does not prove anything. It just shows how this reconstruction could look like. Final piece that I bring into this puzzle is a tiny fragment 5, which indeed contains about 5 words. But even these few words allow to associate this fragment with the conglomerate of 6, 8, 9, which you've just seen. Fragment 5 mentions korbana and krav, so sacrifice and giving a sacrifice. Similarly, fragments 6, 8, 9 also mention that which he gave as a sacrifice, the burning of offerings, and every sacrifice. So both discuss the sacrificial performance, sacrificial practice. Next, fragment 5 mentions that after him came Noah. Nothing more than that, but this is enough to show some interest in lineage, in succession, and probably particularly the succession of sacrificial figures, because Noah is one of the first people to have offered a sacrifice, as Hillel just told us. Similarly, in 6, 8, and 9, we read about Levi, his son, who gave a sacrifice, about your elder son, about his son after him, and about his sons after him for all the eternal generation. So reading all of these fragments together seems to reflect, let's say, a succession of sacrificers from the very primordial history down to the generations of eternity. To these pictures, fragments 6, 8, 9 also add some interest in the places of cult, Beit El, perhaps, but definitely Mount Sinai, and also some interest in the instrument of cult, the altars, stone altars and copper altars. So to sum up very quickly, all of these all of these fragments show or describe to some extent the cult and its succession, the lineage of, or the sacrificial lineage of those who officiated throughout eternity on the, in the right places and altars of cult. So far about the vision of Amram. How does this fit into the larger picture of, let's say, Second Temple literature and beyond? So I will bring only very few examples to try to situate this, this passage. Beginning with the motif of succession of cult, it was discussed repeatedly throughout these days and, of course, repeatedly throughout scholarship. What's important for me is various or multiple manifestations of this idea. One very common and very well-known manifestation is a succession via instructions. A father tells his son how to operate according to what he has learned from something. And we've seen several expressions of this idea in the Aramaic Levi document, different in the Testament of Kahat, also in Jubilees, and I will not go into detail. What's happening in the vision of Amram? Well, Amram is not instructed, neither does he give instructions concerning cult, but this is true, of course, for the parts preserved from the composition. So I cannot tell, I cannot stress too much the negative
the negative finding, but what we can tell about what is found in Amram is a somewhat different expression of that motif, and this is succession through revelation. What do I mean? I will bring first an example from an Aramaic composition called 4Q537, sometimes called Testament, or perhaps to be identified with Testament of Jacob. Here, some unknown speaker reports a vision which he had, in which probably an angelic figure showed him written tablets and told him, now take the tablets and read. And the speaker indeed took and read all my oppression and everything that would happen. And here the text breaks, as usually happens. But in a different fragment, which apparently still relates the words of the same speaker, he tells how he saw or read how the building should be and what, perhaps, they will be clothed in something, and how they will be offering up sacrifices on the altar, and how something they will be eating some of their sacrifices somewhere, and the water that would be going out of the city and underneath its walls, and where they will be flowing somewhere, the text breaks. With all the gaps and lacuna, it's still quite clear that what we have here is a description of the cult and the structure of some future place, very likely the future Jerusalem. Now, the speaker does not give any hint that he is instructed how to cult. There is no, let's say, operative aspect to this description. It simply tells how the cult, the right cult, shall take place and where. A different manifestation or different expression of this AD, or let's say succession by revelation, is found in rabbinic literature. Here, take a source from Genesis about 44, which Hillel pointed out in his forthcoming article about Noah's sacrifice. The Midrash describes Abram's covenant between the pieces and tells that God told Abram, take me a threefold heifer, a threefold she-goat, and a threefold ram. And the Midrash comments, he, that is God, showed him, that is Abram, 3 kinds of bullocks, 3 kinds of goats, and 3 kinds of rams. And I skip, Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai said, the Holy One, blessed be he, showed Abram all the atoning sacrifices. That is, what we have here is not a command to take animals and sacrifice them, but actually a vision of all the future sacrifices which will be, part of the Israeli cult. So what have we seen thus far? Last form of this motif is what I would call a succession via altar. What do I mean? Again, I take one example from the rabbinic literature, again from Genesis Rabbah, chapter 34, which describes Noah's sacrifices. He, Noah, offered whole burnt offering on the altar. Rabbi Eliezer ben Yaakov said, on the great altar in Jerusalem, where Adam sacrificed. So this short saying presents a continuous direct line of succession from the first sacrifice whatsoever in history through Noah's sacrifice to the sacrifices being done or that were done in Jerusalem. Now, I must say, I'm not familiar with this particular motif in Second Temple literature. In rabbinic literature, it can be found in several forms, but it can perhaps call to mind the focus or the interest of the vision of Amram in altar in some way. Again, I do not identify this above motif, but they perhaps help to illuminate one another, and I'll get back to that. So what did we have thus far? We saw multiple manifestations of the succession motif via instruction, revelation, altar, also via genealogy. The same people from the same familial line continually sacrificing, apparently in the proper way. And we saw this in multiple milieus, in Aramaic scrolls from Qumran, and maybe not only from Qumran, and also in rabbinic literature. Where does Amram fit in this picture? So on the one hand, he offers more of the same, tells us how from before Noah, through Levi, to Aaron, to his sons forever, the right cult is being performed. but he also adds some particular emphasis or has some particular interest in the altars, the stone altar compared to the copper altar. And into this picture is also brought Mount Sinai. How does all of this work? So here we'll follow a suggestion of Rob in his article about the cult and the Aaronites in the vision of Amram, that vision of Amram indeed presents a continuation or continuity of the cult, but with some awareness to development or change that happened probably in this period, around the revelation on Sinai. And this is the last point that I would like to delve a bit more into it, Sinai as a turning point. And in order to illumine or try to have a better grasp of the wording of the visions of Amram, I would like to bring in one last rabbinic discussion, which is found in many parallels. I bring the version from Palestinian Talmud Megillah. And here we find, as usual in rabbinics, debate. Rabbi Elazar said the children of Noah, Bnei Noach, sacrificed peace offerings, shlamim. Rabbi Yosef ben Chanina said the children of Noah sacrificed whole burnt offerings, olot, only. And the sugya, or the passage, brings various arguments and counter-arguments for each view. Among them also, Rabbi Elazar objects and says, it is written that Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices. So not only burnt offerings were offered, but also regular other offerings, understood as peace offerings. How does Rabbi Yosef explain this? He agrees with the view that Jethro came after the giving of the law, which is in stark contradiction to the plain meaning of Exodus, but in accordance with an established rabbinic view. What lies behind it is a different question. In any case, what's important for me is that Rabbi Yosef, in order to refute the objection to his view, focuses on Mount Sinai. And he says, yeah, Jethro came after Mount Sinai. From this point on, all cult or all offerings are done according to, Jewish law, or actually rabbinic law. It is before Mount Sinai where perhaps there was a change. There was a different law of cult. So Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Yosef, the discussion that contained them, all reflect, on the one hand, a sense of continuity, because the cult before Sinai, the cult after Sinai, the Jewish cult, is a continuation of the cult that was done beforehand, but there was nevertheless a turning point. And the revelation at Sinai perhaps or could introduce some change into the cultic practice, at least as far as Jews are concerned. And I think that what is so expressed and explicit in this rabbinic source perhaps also lies behind the wording of the visions of Amram, that is stressed on Mount Sinai. His equation of the stone altar from the patriarchal era with the copper altar from the tabernacle onwards reflects exactly the sensitivity that at Sinai something changed, or at least could have been changed. And Sinai is exactly the point where I should say, you should know that what's happening after Sinai is exactly the same as what's happened since the days before Noah. So some concluding remarks. I tried to provide today a better understanding of this episode in the visions of Amram, as well as a clearer picture of the succession motif in its various manifestations and of Amram's place in it, which on the one hand is the same. He's repeating again the same motif and the same ideas, but nevertheless slightly different, has its own nuances. In addition, I hope I'm going to demonstrate some of the interrelationship between this literature and rabbinic traditions, which exhibit sometimes common traditions, sometimes common sensitivities, but also different responses. So reading these literatures together can help us not identify them with one another, but rather have a clearer picture of sensitivities, of concerns that may lurk behind subtle wordings and phrases. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward for your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Questions?
וואו, שלומי, ברוך שחלק מחוכמתו ליראיו. Amazing, 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 amazing. A small comment and a question. A small comment that maybe the reconstruction of, I know that it's not your reconstruction of 537, there is a common mistake because the water that's going outside the wall, the water is reconstruction. And according to the equivalent in Mishnah Tamid, you could reconstruct, and I think that it fits better that the priest itself is going out, and that fits better to your picture, because after he woke, he geared out, and בכהן יוצא מתחת למחילה, יוצא מתחת לבירה, and it's equivalent of the Mishnah Tamid and this scroll, and I think that it fits better to the picture that you're trying to describe that this scroll is giving us. And
thank you very much.
We're happy. And the question, just teach me, if you could, why you reject the idea that the complex discussion in rabbinic literature about shlamim and olot, it's not an objection, it's just a question for explanation. It reflects something about their attitude against Gentile. If they could send olot or shlamim to the mikdash, they could eat something, it's something to the karev. So I'm just asking if you could explain your way of reading it.
Just to clarify for the audience, Hillel is asking me to continue a discussion we had on the flight from Warsaw to Lublin. I feel that my best, simplest answer would be that I think that we have here two different perhaps you can say modes of discussion. On the one hand, the chronology, what happened before Sinai, what happened afterwards. And in this sense, the the debate that I saw speaks about Bnei Noach, Noachide, children of Noah, which is usually terms for humanity or particularly to non-Israelites. But at least the way it is formed in its, in its complete form, within the complete debate, the complete discussion, apparently the Israelite, non-Israelite distinction is turned into a before Sinai, after Sinai distinction. So this is one line saying what happened in the past and and how did the revelation of Sinai change things. Another discussion is, let's call it horizontal, us and them, Jews and non-Jews, and it brings into discussion a completely different set of considerations. So this is not to say that both these discussions are not related and that they cannot illuminate each other, but they cannot very simply be equated. So if I want to learn from the discussion about the children of Noah, what is which actually is a discussion about the past? That's how I understand it. What is the rabbi's idea about accepting of sacrifice from the Gentiles, which is a matter of the present? It requires several additional steps in between. There will be several additional, let's say, answers that I will have to, several additional questions that I will have to answer before I'm able to make any kind of equation. So the fact, let's say, that Rabbi Yosef says the Noachide did not offer sacrifice, not offer peace offerings, do not allow me to immediately conclude what would be the opinion concerning receiving peace offering from the Gentiles. For one thing, you could say, all my discussion concern is pre-Sinaitic, but after Sinai, I agree that, of course, they bring peace offerings, so what happened with the temple? Well, that's another discussion.
Thank you for the paper. Sounds like a great flight. So unfortunately, neither of you are coming back to Canada with me. So I'll maybe keep my comments brief and happy to talk after. Yeah, love the paper. Thanks for your remarks. I think this fragment 9, is probably one of the more interesting, I think would be the right word for it in many ways, among visions of Amram. I have a comment and a question following in the tradition of my colleague Hilo. Comment, I'm not as convinced it's as secure as it gets the way we're putting things together, but I'd like to hear more about it. I think the approach and method, as far as I understand, is helpful for reconstructing lost text within fragments, less helpful for stringing them together, but I'd like to hear more about it. But I do have a question. I think you've touched on something very important in the work on the fragment. I do think it's secure, fragment 9, around Sinai. And Sinai and institutions within the dream vision is very interesting. I'm curious to know how you think about that, or have you thought about this as it relates to another fragment, which I don't think you touched on, 545, fragment 4, that speaks to the mystery of his work. And how are you seeing, or do you have any thoughts on what that mean or might mean in light of what you're developing here, which is, I think, a more ambitious view of Sinai and of...
You mean this one?
Yes. So how are you seeing, what does that term mean here in light of, or does it change what we might think of it in light of the approach you're taking here?
By this term, you mean Shvi'i be'enash ruta?
I'm thinking in line 16 and 4Q545, fragment 4. This is talking about the mystery of the priestly work.
Yeah, that I mean the one on the left.
Yes, I'm having trouble seeing from back here, but yes, I think that's what you're pointing to.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll start with your second question. I had something to say about this fragment. Actually, I wanted to speak about 5Q13, the same text which Ver discussed yesterday, but I omitted it because I didn't have time. Actually, I didn't think about Raz of Vadeh. I was more interested in the Shvi'i be'enosh, but him being the seventh among the men of his goodwill. How do you translate enash raute? So eventually, I'm afraid I don't have much to add to the discussion about this mysterious term, the mystery of his deed, other than being, let me tell you what you still don't know about the things he will do in the future. So I think that Raz of Vadeh is not really esoteric. I mean, it's not that he will have some esoteric office or ministry, but rather that his office at your time, at Amram's time, is esoteric because it didn't came to pass yet. So anything that in this sense, anything that the angel tells Amram about the future is in some sense Raz. Again, and I admit it, I'm not sure it really brings out the full meaning or the full associations of these terms. There's still something more in it, and I really find it difficult to express it, also because the text is so fragmentary. About the reconstruction, if you'd like, I can put some minutes. I think the easiest way would be to say that, first of all, certainly the reconstruction that I suggested is completely tentative. In some points, let's say, more tentative or more speculative than others. And the reconstruction of the copying of letters, let's say the reconstruction of the font of the scroll helps me to more accurately evaluate the distance between fragments. So even when I just put fragments next to the other and I don't actually know the lacunae, so I can tell whether the reconstruction in one line fits with the reconstruction of another line, or whether I'm completely off the mark. So of course, again, it doesn't prove that the reconstruction is correct. It basically allows me to avoid implausible reconstructions. But all this concerns only the reconstruction of the lacunae. The association of the fragments itself, actually in this case, depends mostly on text, where I can find reasonable text flow from one fragment to the other in several successive lines that lends credibility to the association.
I agree, and I understand what you're saying. I think the challenge I have still is, and I think it makes sense from a material perspective, using, recreating the hand of the scribe, but the words, the actual content, are still not extant. So it's still...
it's my guess.
Yeah, and I think that's important to know. But this is very helpful. Thanks for your paper, Shlomi.
Perhaps one last comment about reconstruction. I must say that all the, let's say, my discussion about the general ideas of these fragments 5 through 9 and the broader context could have been done without a material reconstruction. I could put this as Rob has done. actually. I should admit it immediately. I read your article after I made the reconstruction. As I told you, I was immensely disappointed to find that someone thought of it before me. But of course, I was also very happy to see that, okay, someone else saw that it really works. It's not only my crazy ideas. So these fragments speak in the same language, express similar ideas, and they can be associated, let's say, thematically, even if you do not say this is exactly, this is exactly how they stand. So even the reconstruction, material reconstruction remains a suggestion. I think that their association together is very suggestive, much more secure. Let's put it this way.
Is this a seventh generation? Maybe it's Hanoch, who was in charge of Ktoret, according to Jubilees. Might this be an idea? If you find here Noach and then the rest of human, Abraham and...
Well, the best answer is read Kister's article, as usual.
Pardon?
The best answer is read Kister's article, as usual. But yeah, what I wanted to bring out, yeah, that's exactly. And what
you don't want to suggest it here, the idea that you have here
what I wanted to say that first of all, 5Q13, well, certainly presents a line of, let's say, election, that forefathers that were elected one after the other. It begins with a figure before Noah. It's probably Enoch. The problem is that Enoch is with a question mark because the name is preserved on a detached fragment containing only this name, and now it makes sense to put him just before Bacharta, but there's no direct join, so that's why it remains tentative, very suggestive, but still tentative. In any case, we have a list beginning from before Noah, and then Noah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Levi, and someone from Levi, probably Aaron. But this person from Levi is the one officiating yearly to atone for the congregation and teach them mysteries. So we certainly have here 7 figures. They quite certainly come from, let's say, Enoch to Aaron, or actually to the high priest. Aaron actually stands here for the contemporary high priest. And what I also wanted to point out that we have here a lineage, but also election. So it's not enough to be born to the right father, you also have to be elected by God. At least until you get into the sons of Aaron, and from then on, one of his sons is always a high priest. It doesn't need to be elected, apparently. So there's, this allows me, I also want to note that this allows perhaps to interpret the phrase in Vision of Amram, the 7th among his chosen people, or he's the people of his well-being, goodwill, which perhaps refers to Aaron being 7th to Enoch. Not in generation, because there are too many generations from Aaron to Enoch, but in terms of, let's say, election.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
I have another question regarding Mizbach HaNechoshet. It's very interesting because in Exodus 21, you have Mizbach Adomat Aseli. How is that interpreted this as a...
It's outside the temple.
Pardon?
It's outside the temple. I mean, this.
In the temple itself, that's what you have to have. Otherwise, you can use Mizbach Avanim. So.
We do not know. I mean, in rabbinic terms, I could say this is a difference between Mikdash and Bama, the temple in the high place, which at certain periods it was allowed to sacrifice in high places. But again, I do not know of comparable discussions in Qumran literature. Certainly the language in Vision of Amram do not allow to speculate how he would interpret the the earthen altar. So I think, let's say, the farthest that I'm ready to go is to offer a comparison between the patriarchal altars and the temple, or the tabernacle/temple altar. How I understand this, the command about earthen altar, I simply don't know.
Thank you, and this concludes our session. So thank you very much. And we'll have some closing words from
very tall guy. When I was trying to organize this conference, I was in a certain sense at the same stage when I began working on the Aramaic Levi document for my PhD. I just noticed that there were several different manuscripts of the same document published in different sources and not brought together into one publication. And when I published the book, Milik's book, about the same text and with also some new insights, I felt the need of confrontation, of confronting our opinions, our views on this Levitical priesthood in this Levi document with other scholars from all over the world. And as I sent out emails, I was very surprised to receive so many positive answers and willingness to come to take part in this conference. So first of all, I would express my gratitude for your coming to the conference, for your preparation of your papers, for taking part in the discussions, and for such a great atmosphere that reigned and reigns during this conference. This is something that for me it's a really great also personal experience. So thank you for that. And of course, the second note I would like to stress is that when I was going through your papers, there's a wide array of different perspectives and approaches. I've never have imagined before the conference that this Aramaic Levi document may give rise to so many different approaches and perspectives. I would just read the list of related to your topics you were talking about. For example, Vered Noam took the perspective of Talmudic literature. Vasily Babota, history of Jewish priesthood in the Second Temple period. Philological questions, it was Christian Stadel, Arish Silberman, Ursula Schattner-Rieser. She couldn't come, but Michael, as you know, he has many responsibilities during this conference. He read her paper. And Harry Case reminds us also that we are only human and we can succumb to different illnesses. And please pray for her speedy recovery from this her illness. Then another topics, its relationship to related Aramaic and other Second Temple literature like Haneke, van der Schoor, Ida Fröhlich, Dan Mashiela, Jesper Hugenhaven, Shlomi Efrati, Andrew Perrin. Then another topic that was discussed, relationship of Aramaic Levi document to Jubilees and Genesis Apocryphon, Matthew Goff, Jim Vanderkam, Hillel Mali today as well, Second Zechariah, text Kana Verman, and then Hellenistic priesthood, it was Jaab Dödens who was speaking about that, and finally also the book of Genesis, Michał Karnawalski, Greek Testament of Levi, myself, inspired by Milik's reconstruction of Levi's first vision. He actually, basing himself on 1 Q21, proved that the first vision of Levi preserved in the Greek Testament was also present in Aramaic fragments, in Aramaic text. And then we had also, of course, some papers which focused on the text itself. Miriam Bockhorst, that brought to our attention one of the most beautiful parts of the whole document, Levi's prayer. No? That's something that is also from the spiritual side good to read. You know, it's really incredible. And then Fyodor Litvinov, he spoke about the relationship between wisdom approaches in Aramaic Levi document and sapiential traditions in the Synoptic Gospels. So this is, of course, only one side of everything that could be said about Aramaic Levi document. I wanted to attract your attention to another field of studies, which from the point of view of comparative cultural studies
may bear more fruit in studying the Aramaic Levi document, which speaks about a priest who at the same time has kingly royal characteristics. And it is a kind of new literature, in the late Second Temple period. Professor Michael Jursa from Vienna University, he published several articles about new type of Babylonian priesthood that appeared in Babylonia in the Hellenistic period. In the process of reinterpretation of ancient and older traditions, the scribes in Babylonia, exactly in the Hellenistic period, created what Michael Jursa calls late Babylonian priestly literature from Babylon. And there we find, for example, a king-like priest that never existed before in Akkadian literature, but it appears later. Actually, when there was no Akkadian priest, Akkadian king in Mesopotamia, there was only Greek rulers there at that time. No, so it's very interesting that the reinterpretation and new compositions that deal with Babylonian priests appeared exactly during the Hellenistic period. So this is more or less the period when this Aramaic Levi document was composed. Michael Jursa is preparing new publication on these topics, so it will be interesting to follow his publications and at a certain moment to see whether there is something to say about the relationship with our Aramaic Levi document. So at the end of this conference, I would like to express my great gratitude to all of the scholars who graciously decided and wanted to participated in this conference. And thank you for chairing the sessions, for presenting papers, for taking part in the discussions. And of course, what is most important in this conference is our personal presence here and our interacting within our small community of scholars here. Because as you know, until recently it was quite impossible to have any presence conference, so we had to go online with our 2020 conference, so it is not the same. So that was great to have you here and to enjoy your presence here, and also in terms of personal relationships. I would like also to thank Michał Klukowski, who is who, as you have seen, is my straight collaborator and in organizing this conference. And he's very gifted and very intelligent. He works on the 4Q Mixat Maasei HaTorah, preparing also a new edition of this text. So we are looking forward to Michael's future publications as well. He does not only he knows more than only picking up microphone and giving to the others. Yes. And thank you again to everybody, and also some information about what is going to happen next. So we have lunch at 1 o'clock, more or less, and then those who stay until tomorrow, there is the reservation of the hotel until tomorrow, 12 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, there is checkout. So those who have flights tomorrow in the afternoon, unfortunately, we cannot provide a bus which could take you tomorrow to the airport. But there are some direct buses, and Michał knows also exactly the hours from Lublin to the airport. It's possible to take a train also from a train station to Warsaw and to switch to another train which goes to the airport itself. And there are several people who will go with Michał and the other, with Marcin. Father Marcin, he will drive some 6 people to the airport who have flights tomorrow early, so it will be impossible for them to start traveling to the airport tomorrow in the morning. And thank you again also for universities, for the universities authorities that also helped in organizing this event. And I think Father Mirosław Wróbel, who is director of our Institute of Biblical Study, would say also a few words, very few words, at the end of this conference. Thanking again for your participation in this conference. Please come.
Thank you very much. A few words. First of all, I would like to welcome among us Father Professor Martin Kowalski, who is director of Heschel Center. And today he has birthday, so happy birthday to you. I would like to thank you very much for being here. And my first thanks, it's thanks that you can show us that quality is over quantity. There are not a big crowd of people, but the transmission and your message is shown all over the world. Yesterday I was in journey to Wrocław, 500 kilometers, and in the train I could on YouTube hear the conference. And also the second dimension, it's a dimension that you work in detailed subjects, sometimes few words only, sometimes alone in the libraries, but it is very important work for us, for biblical scholars, for Old and New Testament scholars. And thank you very much for your wonderful work. And we use these detailed works on the Hebrew Aramaic texts, on the ancient authors, for our searching to the truth. Thank you very much for this. I would love to thank you also for revealing here during these days in our university the beauty of Aramaic language. In Targumim, Aramaic language is called the language of sanctuary. And I am very happy that this language is here. We started here at our university project Aramaic Bible, critical edition of Targum Neophiti. We have already 4 volumes and introduction, and we would like to proceed with critical edition, with Aramaic text, with the critical edition and Polish translation, with the other Targumim. And I should tell you that many people who are reading now the text of the Old Testament, of the Hebrew Bible, in this Aramaic translation, they are saying, oh, it's something new dimension, which we can really see in the perspective of this Aramaic translation. Thank you very much for this beautiful community. I am very grateful in the name of Father Rector, Professor Kalinowski, in the name of Dean of our faculty, Professor Kantyka, in my name and names of many professors. I am very grateful for this conference. And the big applause for Father Henryk, for the heart and spiritus movens for this conference. I am really very happy that this conference can have place here in Lublin. And I will conclude with the Hebrew words, Bashana haba ba Lublin. Thank you very much.